in the pledge. So those that want to participate in those two items, please stand. Rich? Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. We have a large schedule. We have a lot of things on this agenda today. So civil decorum and patience are the two things I want everybody to keep in mind as we pursue today's agenda. First item is County Manager's report from Mr. Liu.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning. And we have a couple of items. One is I want to honor a longtime employee that we've had for almost 30 years, and I wanted to do this outside of the years of service since he was almost 30 years. But very deserving to be honored. This is Ernie Appel. He is currently and retiring from being our public fiduciary. He started back in 1996 with the medical examiner's office as a medical legal death investigator. He then was promoted over to development services as an environmental investigator and then moved over to the public fiduciary's office in 2013. So I want to thank Ernie for his years of service and all the positive impact he's had in the county. I was under the impression that he's here, and would have a couple of colleagues to say some words. Thank you. Come on up, Ernie.
Chairman Miller and members of the board, and Mary Ellen's not here, but Leo, thank you so much for the opportunity to serve this county as the director of the Public Fiduciary's Office. It's been such a rewarding experience. I applied for this job in '96, just looking for a job, and ended up with a home and a family that's just been incredible to work with. I need to take a minute and thank you for the recent actions that you folks have taken in getting the wage and salary policies adjusted. When we were looking for positions 3 or 4 years ago, it often took us just almost a month to get enough applicants to interview. And recently we opened 2 after the salary adjustments and recruiting board, and we had 30 applicants for each of those applications. And those have gone from anybody from high school diploma just looking for a new career to individuals with master's degree looking to continue their careers. So thank you very much for that. And it's pretty hard to say goodbye, but I get to leave with a deep appreciation for the county and the work that you folks do and the administration. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to serve the citizens of our county. Your trust and support and encouragement have meant a great deal to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Stay right there. Nice. A little token of our appreciation. Okay. Thank you. And this will require a photo as well, so you have to step over here in the center. And, did you have something you want to add?
Yes, I am speaking to.
Why don't you do it right now?
Okay.
While we're here.
So my name's Rhonda Garcia, and I have worked with Ernie for 25 of the almost 30 years that he's worked for the county. So as Leo stated, Ernie first joined the public fiduciary in 1996, starting as a medical legal investigator in the medical examiner's office. Walking into an office filled with 10 to 12 women as the only man certainly had its challenges, but Ernie was always a good sport. He would humor us with our quirky requests and fit right into our unique office culture. I remember one year when almost all of us ladies had t-shirt dresses with stamped fish on them. Someone suggested we should all wear them on the same day for an office picture, and we couldn't let Ernie feel left out. Someone brought an extra dress for him, and it didn't take much convincing for him to throw it over his clothes. We've got pictures as proof of this fun moment. Ernie left us in 2008 to go to work at Environmental Health for almost 5 years before he decided he had not suffered enough from an all-female office and returned to the Public Fiduciary's office. This time he took on a dual role of a case manager and a guardian investigator. But the investigations were truly where his passion was, and that is what his role was before becoming the director in 2022. Ernie's wealth of knowledge was invaluable for bouncing ideas around, and he was always quick to reference a relevant statute in our discussions. There was a joke amongst some of us in the office about whenever we sent him an email, we never knew if we would get a quick answer or the long version riddled with statutes. Ernie is and always has been a great advocate for our wards. Not only is this office losing a valuable asset, but so is the fiduciary world, where Ernie was well known and respected. As an office, we've shared countless experiences and often joked that we could write a book about them. The Public Fiduciary has remained a small office, allowing us to forge long-lasting connections. We started as coworkers, grew into friends, and if we were lucky, became a work family. Although we were once reminded that we were there to do a job, I believe we have successfully balanced both our professional responsibilities and personal connections. Ernie, thank you for your guidance over the years. You have steered our ship for almost 4 years, and now it's time for you to set sail on new adventures. Go relax, enjoy life, and spend some well-deserved time with your family, mostly indulging in as much fishing as your heart desires. Thank you for your years of dedication and service to our vulnerable population.
Looking good. And here we go. And we're going to do it again. Nice big smiles. 3, 2. Even a bigger smile. Like you mean it. 3, 2.
Thank you, everyone. Okay. I believe we have some more presentations.
Yeah, Chairman, I just had one other thing to mention and a video, a nice educational video to show. But I guess before the video starts, I would just note we always support our local businesses, and we appreciate that the taxes stay in Pinal County. There is also an element of a tire disposal fee that when you shop and buy locally also gets reinvested into our county. And so here's a good video that helps to explain how that works, what it funds, and how the county benefits.
Here at the waste tire yard, vendors or the public can come in and bring us their tires that they need disposed of. CRM comes and picks them up, and they take them up to Mesa.
Our facility takes whole tires and it breaks them down, decontaminates it, breaks them down more, decontaminates it, breaks them down.
They take the metal out of them, they grind them up.
The crumb rubber is used in roads, it's used in artificial turf, it's used in rubber molded products.
When this particular job, the Bella Vista project, was beginning to be discussed with Pinal County, they chose to put down a pavement preservation application, and it just happened to have all the tire rubber from Arizona in it.
Tires are best recycled and reused instead of going into our landfills. I think it takes a couple thousand years before a tire actually degrades. Getting these to the right channels and getting them repurposed, it's beneficial to our future.
Last year, Pinal County recycled through our facility 2,400 tons of waste tires. That's 240,000 tires. If you put those tires end to end, it's over 100 miles worth of tires.
I think this project here is going to be very positive when we look at the long-term performance. This material has a high percentage of tire rubber in it, so this is about as good as we could get from a material standpoint for Pinal County, and I think we're going to get the performance that they like to see. And if they would have waited much longer, they probably would have had to reconstruct the whole road. When you look at the cost of this project compared to reconstruction, it was probably half the cost of reconstruction.
This project here on Bella Vista took almost 8,000 tires.
We do take tires at the community cleanups. That's a big portion of what we have here. We do get a large number of people bringing in tires. When your tires get brought here, they will eventually turn right back into our asphalt right here in the county.
That's a lot of tires that is being diverted from the landfill and being recycled into beneficial uses.
Arizona tires and Arizona roads, that's what we want to see. If we can do that, we can not only utilize a good quality recycled material in our roads, but we'll make them last longer as well.
Thank you, Chairman. That's all for my report.
All right. So we have, do we have these certificates of service with 20, 25, 30 years?
Yes.
Are you going to present those?
Yes. Thank you, Chairman. We have 5 employees to honor who have been here for many years and who are not retiring today.
Oh, okay.
First, we have Samuel Clark, who is a heavy equipment operator, and has been with us for 25 years. I believe he's here, and I believe Ms. Garza is here to present.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. Celeste Garza, Deputy Director of Public Works. Oops. Sam began his heavy equipment year 25 years ago with Public Works on our crack sealing crew that was formulated after the mine had shut down in the Copper Corridor. He started that career part-time, but soon it became a full-time position when the county was moving from dirt roads to paved roads. Over the years, he's worked at nearly every yard at the county. He moves around wherever he's needed. Today, he takes care of the Dudleyville area, where he has become a reliable and very steady presence. Sam is known for being dependable, responsible, and deeply dedicated to his community in the work that he does. So, thank you, Sam, for your service to the Copper Corridor and to the residents.
Thank you, Stan. And stick around. We'll take a big group photo at the end. Next, we have Alicia Quick, who has been with us for 20 years. She's an IT program manager, and I know she manages a lot of projects well. Her leadership team, Jason and Mike, are both out today because they're at a conference. But want to say thank you to Alicia and recognize her 20 years of service. Next, we have 2 employees from the Pinal County Sheriff's Office. First, we have Justin Aiken, who has been here for 30 years, currently a deputy sheriff. Sheriff Teeple.
I'm surprised how smoothly I got it. Mr. Chairman, Board of Supervisors, Pinal County, I'm very honored to be standing here today next to Deputy Sheriff Justin Aiken. It does say Deputy Sheriff on that, but I still, with respect, call him Corporal. I will tell you that we used to have the rank of Corporal, and he was the first great Corporal I had to work for. I worked for a different Corporal first, but I was very happy when I got to be under his leadership. He's an outstanding man. He currently serves the Pinal County Sheriff's Office as one of our professional standard unit detectives. He listens to complaints, and he helps the public while also helping maintaining our professional standards and our policy. And I really appreciate his ongoing effort, and I surely hope he doesn't retire anytime soon. To give you an example of the years of differences is we don't recycle badge numbers at PCSO. His badge number is 734. I'm 1755, so over 1,000 PCSO employees have gone and went since he started working for the Pinal County Sheriff's Office, and he still shows up every single day as one of the most honorable members of our staff, and I really appreciate that. Thank you. You want to say anything? Sergeant Alvarado. Sergeant Alvarado, are you here, Roll? Sergeant Alvarado is probably out supervising his staff. He does a great job. I was going to tell a funny story about the fact that Sergeant Alvarado, badge number 1407, is one of the few people that I've ever seen that has actually pushed a suspect not into a wall, but through the wall. If you saw the man, he's kind of like Justin Aiken. That's a lot of mass to stop. Just a big old corn-fed country boy. And we went to a call one time in a bedroom community just outside of Coolidge where the trailer walls are thin, and Jeppe Alvarado, with going into the trailer, recognized that a victim was in immediate danger of personal bodily injury, so he ran and subdued the suspect by pushing him into the wall. The trailer wall disagreed with him, and they came all the way out of the trailer. So that's the kind of charge forward he is, and I appreciate him being a supervisor with the Sheriff's Office. God bless you.
Last but not least, we have Catherine Sherwood, who has been with Superior Court for 30 years. I believe we have Judge Washburn with us to speak today.
Good morning. It's my pleasure to stand here and at least mention a few things about Kathy Sherwood. She's worked for the courts she's been with the county for 30 years. She's worked with the courts for most of that time. She's been a judicial assistant to 3 judges, including myself. The other judges have moved on and retired. I'm not. But Kathy is. And if I just may, there are 2 points that stand out to me in the 12 years that she's been my judicial assistant. And as anyone, you might not be happy to come to court, but Kathy is able to be a face for not just myself and our office, but also all of the courts, in handling and talking with folks and treating them as customers and treating them as folks that deserve respect. And that is one of the things that stood out to me. Second point I just might make is there are lots of deadlines in the courts, lots, and you don't want to fall short of that. Kathy is extremely organized and kept myself from falling short of those deadlines. And so I will truly miss Kathy as my judicial assistant, but I think the courts as a whole will miss out on her expertise. So with that, thank you, Kathy.
Hold on, Kathy. Hold on. You want to say a few words, Kathy?
No.
No worries. No worries.
Yes, I started in 1995. I kind of came full circle. I started with county attorney's office first, and then moved to the public defender's office, and then on to the judicial arena. So I've kind of had a good circle of what, the system should be and how it should work and what everybody's parts play. And I just want to say thank you to, it took me a while to get into Pinal County. It took me about 5 years to get hired on early on in my career, but I'm glad I did. I love serving Pinal County. My father served Pinal County for years. My brother retired 30 years with Pinal County Highway Department. So, I'm a homegrown small-town girl, come from here, went to the Air Force, came back, and gave my service here. So I want to thank Pinal County for you know, serving the county and serving my community mostly. So thank you.
Well, we want to thank you as well. Thank you. Picture time. Okay, all those recipients that are here, please come up and get your photo taken.
Let's do you front row. Side step one person. There you go. Just a little bit. Yep. There you go. There we go. Ready? Ready. Do your big smiles today. And looking over here. And 3, 2. Nice. We're going to do it again. Big smiles right here. 3, 2. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I should have had it. It is.
Well, thank you, everyone. It's always great to recognize those long-term employees that have served this county. Brings us to item number 3, which is by the supervisors, upcoming events or notable things about their districts. This is for discussion only or information only. So we'll start to my left with Supervisor Surtee. Do you have anything?
Yes, I have a video. In the last 2 years, Highway 60 has been closed 4 times, sometimes both directions, sometimes one direction. And ideally, the 24 gets built, which is another route to go to the east, an escape route if you need to. If you need to get to a doctor's appointment, a medical emergency, or to catch a flight or something, the road has been closed for 5, 6, 7 hours. So we started looking into, is there any way to possibly divert traffic? At one time, whenever there was a problem like that, ADOT or whoever would actually take people off the side of the road and run them that way just to get them through, but they don't do that anymore. So I started exploring with the range deputies that the Sheriff's Department has for a route just through the desert, and we looked to the south, and it wasn't feasible. Otherwise, you've got to go all the way down to Arizona Farms, which takes about 40 minutes. But we found out that there is a way that the marathon runs right along the power lines. If you jump off of Superstition Mountain Drive, and this video is going to explain it, that you can take everybody through, even in a 2-wheel drive, and you'll come out in Apache Junction at Silly Mountain Park. So it's a great example of 2 communities working together with Gold Canyon, the county, and Apache Junction. And it's also, we'll reference the PENS program, the Pinal Emergency Network. So everybody needs to sign up for that in your different region just for emergencies like this. So, Natasha, could you play that?
I'm County Supervisor Jeff Surtee from District 5. The reason we're out here today at Superstition Mountain Drive in front of the Bashes, where it intersects with these power lines, is because every now and then, several times in just the last few years, Highway 60 gets closed. And the citizens get very concerned. What if I gotta get to the doctor? What if I have an airline flight? Now, this is worst case scenario. This is not just for casual use, but we need to come up with an emergency route out of here. And one of your range deputies came up with this solution.
Yes, sir, and I appreciate you coming to us with this situation, and I'm glad that we worked out an evacuation route. Where we're going to end up with, guys, is you're going to end up here if you have to get to Phoenix. You're going to drive down right across the street from the subway. You're going to see some sandbags in the road or a ramp in the road that will be placed by one of my volunteers with the sheriff's office or one of my deputies, and they will get you over to Silly Mountain where you can reconnect with US 60 over there.
And Public Works is going to keep this clean. Now, you don't need four-wheel drive, but you probably don't want to do it in a Corvette. These sandbags won't always be here. They'll be put out should the need arise. And we would communicate through pens, maybe through next door. I mean, the word gets out quick when the road is closed.
Yes, sir.
So, and this comes out, and I believe you're going to do a really cool video at the end of this. This comes out right at Silly Mountain, so Apache Junction is cooperating with us. There'll be a gate there, and you'll be let out there. And this will actually drain all the way, not only here, but all the way of Gold Canyon via Don Donley and
Golden Rim.
And Golden Rim. They turn into it. You can drain the whole county or the whole area through here.
That's an excellent point, Supervisor. For those of you that live on Kings Ranch Road or a road that cuts off of Kings Ranch Road, you're thinking, well, how do I get over to this area? If you take Kings Ranch Road north until you see Golden Rim Circle, take Golden Rim Circle, it only goes to the west. That will turn into Don Donnelly Road, which will end you up over here so you can get out. Most important message today is, guys, is Supervisor Surdy cares, and sign up for the pens. If you need to know emergency information, PENS. Sign up for it today.
Very good.
Thanks to Sheriff Tipo and his film crew for putting that together.
Thank you. Supervisor Goodman.
Mine has to do with roads today as well, but I have a video. This is a road that's been shut down for a number of years. The Queen Creek washed out the culverts that were there, and it's been a project that we've been trying to put on our map to get done for the last couple of years. They've been working on this as well as Combs Road, and you've seen where Bella Vista, a lot of I'm assuming the tires were used on some of this too as well. I'm seeing Joe in the back there, so if we could just run that video. This is our ribbon cutting.
Move those barriers!
We're standing here on Kenworthy, which extends from Combs Road all the way down to Chandler Heights.
This road's been closed for 10, 15 years. We had a temporary crossing for a number of years. That temporary crossing got washed out. It took us a number of years to save up the money and do the design and planning.
We spent a lot of money and time putting a right kind of bridge over the top of the Queen Creek. This is a big deal.
This used to be a 40-foot deep hole back here where Queen Creek washes from the bottom of the wash up to the top of the bank here. So the county's made a significant investment to be able to make this an all-weather crossing of the wash.
1 minute that couple was trying to walk home, the next they were completely washed away.
The power of water and what it can do is quite amazing. Queen Creek Wash is the largest water course in this part of the county. It flows pretty frequently. There are a number of structures upstream that try to reduce and regulate those flows. So what we've done here is we put in a structure that comes complete with erosion protection, cutoff walls, and is designed for that 1% annual chance flood.
It was very challenging as far as trying to coordinate the big box culvert here in the Queen Creek Wash, Kenworthy Road, and then Combs Road all at once.
Kenworthy Road and our Combs Road project, which were done together, pretty much as complicated as you could get.
The project consisted of coordinating with other utility companies, trying to get everybody relocated to be able to get this project done.
Working with the town of Queen Creek, water line work, sewer line work.
SRP, Lumen, CenturyLink.
And then we had developments. We got subdivisions coming in at the same time. We had to work with them. So why don't we combine forces and make it one project?
It's always a challenge, but everything went well overall.
Having another north-south connection, that's going to be vitally important.
Our biggest problem has been most of the traffic was going down either Ironwood or Ellsworth Road. So this area right here, this is going to be a big game changer.
Pinal County has been recognizing the increased traffic demands in this part of Santan Valley.
It's going to act as a reliever for when those other roads, such as Schneff or Gansel, become backed up and traffic has to be redistributed.
This can pass over 10,000 vehicles a day easily, and so that can help take those vehicles off of Gansel and put them onto another road. In general, people's commute should hopefully be a little bit simpler, safer, and easier in the long term.
This additional connection improves safety, improves response times. It adds to the efficiency of the overall system. I believe it's going to make a big difference.
We did get a lot of good feedback from the public. Sounds like a lot of the neighborhoods are happy. We're happy to be able to get this done. Applaud everybody's efforts.
The county recognizes that there is a lot of growth in this area, and that investment in the infrastructure is critical to be able to support that growth.
And when you drive this road, you're going to see why we took the time to make this happen. This is a road that is constructed very well to where it's going to last for generations.
Great. Anything else?
For now. Stay tuned.
Okay. Rich, did you have anything for your district?
Yes, sir. So I was honored to be invited by the VFW of Coolidge for an after-hours soiree, but it's a bunch of gentlemen and women who were there to talk about their businesses and have a couple cocktails here and there every once in a while. So I did that, and I've been out in the field a lot. I've been, taking the time to get out to the district and looking at all the stuff that I have going on throughout the district and spend a fair amount of time there. And then on 2 Saturdays ago, we had a food bank. About 100 people showed up in the parking lot of where I work every day of the week. And it was great. It was there for about 2 hours. They drove up, they were handed a box, and they drove away. So it was clean, quick, and easy. And then I was able to celebrate a little bit for the 347 parties, which I'm sure we're going to hear a little bit about today. So we've had a couple parties there, and it was great seeing all the residents come out and celebrate the 347. And again, thank you to my colleagues who helped us put $20 million into that to fix that project and get it up and going. So we got approved on the 5-year plan. I was also invited to the Economic Development and Ropes and Ranch. And again, a bunch of businessmen coming in, talking about projects, figuring out what we have to do. And Eloy hosted it, and it was a great event and some great food, too. Then we did the canvassing. Obviously, everybody knows about Santan Valley. And then a bunch of us went up to the AZ League and cities and towns, and that was a great time to meet with a lot of our mayors from all over the state. And again, it was very educational, and that's why we go, to make sure that we stay in touch, not only just in our districts, but all over the county, to make sure, county and the state, to make sure that we hear stuff that's going on all over the place and make things happen here in Pinal County. Then I met with Mr. Surdy a couple days ago to talk about some businesses that have come down from Canada, and that was a great meeting because, again, there's a lot of things that were different when I was on city council and met with them, and I was able to hear about some of the county projects that are coming down from Canada. And then, of course, Coolidge. I went to their city council meeting on Monday night, and they approved the purchase of the building that we'll be talking about in a little bit. And that's it. It's all yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I attended the League of Cities and Towns conference with Supervisor, what's your name? Vidiello. Yeah, Rich. And that was entertaining. It's nice to maintain the relationships with different mayors and city councilmen. A lot of them I've known for years. I came from school board 8 years before this, and some of those people have now moved up to city council or mayors, and then just to maintain those relationships is great. Many of you know my wife runs a social service nonprofit down in Catalina, just across the line from Pinal County. And there's an organization that donated 24 pallets of water to her. Now, you buy water in cases. These are pallets. This is 6 levels tall, 40 cases of 40 bottles each. So 2,000 pounds each pallet, 24 of those. So she's tasked with distributing them to their community partners, and she works in Pinal and Pima counties. So I've been tasked with finding some other food banks to distribute those pallets to. It's been interesting. We've had help. And so we're working right now to get those out, waiting for a list of food banks from United Food Bank and from Central Food Bank of Southern Arizona to go out to distribute these items. So that's a lot of water. That's 1,400 bottles or 1,600 bottles on each pallet. So that's one thing. Then I have a video here from Pinal Air Park. I met out there, 2 weeks ago, I guess, with Congressman Siscomani, and we're discussing the appropriations from Congress for a tower out there, because that's going to help greatly in our rebuilding of that air park and make it a viable commercial project. So you can run the video, please.
Pinal Air Park is an interesting gem in the inventory of Pinal County. Right now, people look at it like, oh, it's the airplane graveyard. Yes, it is that. But we've also got this giant facility that we're standing in now. This is owned by Ascent, and Ascent is here with these giant hangars to transform passenger 777s into cargo 777s. And we're very close to a ribbon cutting on these facilities. I believe it's next month. Watts and Silver Bell is the local National Guard training center where they train pilots how to fly helicopters. They're vital to this area and to national defense. By the Silver Bell facility, there is state trust land that's been acquired, and a company, DigiFlight, will be coming from Alabama to begin training foreign nationals to fly the helicopters that they've purchased from the United States government. So that'll be a big boon to the area.
This is in between the two largest cities in the state of Arizona, between Phoenix and Tucson. And this is exactly where you want to also have an air traffic control tower.
We've been working for quite a while to increase the capacity of Pinal Air Park and for its future growth and commercial viability. And something that's very necessary in that is a control tower. Control towers are expensive, and so how do you do that? You've got to go to the federal government. Congressman Siscomani, he ran with it, and he was very instrumental in getting us the money appropriated to put a tower here.
When you sit in the Appropriations Committee and they're coming to you for the funding for the year, and you highlighted your own priorities for your district, that gets paid attention to. So I was happy to play a role in being able to add the language that finally adds not only the authorization for this, but also the funding. When you look at the $12.5 billion that are going nationwide to be able to revamp and build these kind of air traffic control towers around the country, and this one's being prioritized, it's a really good deal for Arizona.
Congressional appropriations are difficult to get, and a lot of time is spent, years, in fact, many times. And this is money well spent. I mean, the time by our side and the federal side to work together, this partnership, is great. Everybody working together, the state, the feds, locals, all working together to get this accomplished.
When they're looking nationwide, because the competition is high, right? You've got, although $12.5 billion is a good chunk of money, it's not enough to cover every single application out there that has submitted for this. But when you look at the growth in the area, you look at the potential in the area, that's what we were able to sell Pinal County. I can tell you it was one of the easiest places to sell to people coming in to invest. Why? Because of the availability in land, also the local government and how it works with each other, the cost of living here, and the demand and the potential for growth. That's what businesses are looking for. And when you look at investing in an area like this, with the potential that it has, based on what it's already done without one, that's what really propelled us on top of that application list.
This tower will facilitate the ability to grow this facility, as well as the rest of the air park, into quite a great commercial venture.
An air traffic control tower here is another tool to be able to keep up with the growth and the demand that this area has. When you have a $2 billion impact in economics right here without an air traffic control tower, when you add that in there, it's just going to boom even more.
That's great.
Yeah, I would just also say those two hangars, that represents about $54 million of investment by Ascent. And then those gantries you saw there that wrap around the airplanes, they've got that and some other equipment. That's $31 million worth of investment. So they plan to do quite a bit of work there over the next few years.
2 roads and an airport. I think transportation was the theme.
Yes.
Today. Okay, very good. Brings us to item number 4. I don't have anything. I took a week off and left town, so I don't have anything to report about District 3, but I'll get to you next meeting. Item number 4 is a discussion of the 25 state and federal legislative actions and sessions. My activity with the legislatures kind of come to a halt, but Dana, did you have anything to report this day, this item?
She always has something.
I'm sure she has something.
Chairman Miller, members of the board, Dana Lewis, Pinal County Recorder. No, I would be remiss in avoiding the fact that even we're not in an active session, we're still meeting with our legislators. We have already submitted information from our different associations through ACO, and we'll be cultivating those relationships about policy and law that needs to hopefully be revisited in January of 2026.
Okay. Yeah, and I think CSA will probably highlight that when they come up. So we'll go to item number 5, which is the county recorders, focusing on the activities and upcoming events essential to her office. Dana?
Chairman Miller, Vice Chair McClure, members of the board, Dana Lewis, Pinal County Recorder. So today we're going to change gears a little bit. Normally I'm here talking about everything elections, and we have a lot going on in the recorder's office, and this is part of my responsibility. There will be a tail end wrapping up some election stuff. This is an oversight of who we are. We're responsible for the recordation of all documents in Pinal County. One of the numbers I want to bring to everybody's attention, we have over 300,000 registrants in Pinal County and about 500,000 citizens. But right now, our RNS system, which is the system that alerts people when somebody has recorded a document on their assets, we're only at about 12,000 people registered for that. It's a free opt-in process. We're very thankful to the assessor's office because when they pushed their PAL program, we did see an uptick in numbers. But with property deed fraud on the up in the state of Arizona, I would like people to be reminded to please go to the recorder's website and get signed up for this program. 2025 mid-years were about 53,000 different recordations. This shows the breakout for all of our different departments. As far as counter, mail, or e-record, all of our 75% about of our recordations do come in electronic recording. The other mostly are at the counter, and this breaks it out by the 5 different satellite offices that we have. Real property transfers, mortgages, and refinancing are the typical documents that are recorded. This shows the different percentages of breakouts for the recordations. Wanting to show here that 2025, we are at mid-year. We are on point to be at where we were for 2024, if not surpass those numbers. Along with providing recording, voter registration, and early voting services, the recorder's office also helps field calls from citizens to help with navigating different customers to either the assessor's office, to customer service, to our citizen contact center, and to the treasurer and community development offices, showing people how our office then helps the other departments because we're all a team here in Pinal County. Most often, customers require more than one type of service when they come to the recorder's office, and showing that, yes, 62% of the time it is for recording. We do have to interface with the treasurer's office for tax services, voter registration and elections, copies, and then, of course, the assessor with parcel services. Our call volume, again, because of 2025 being a year that we have 4 elections, showing what those calls look like coming in and how many calls. Website activity is another thing. One of our ways to then be effective in our roles and communicating with the board and county leadership what we need for personnel is being able to show you the different influx of activity, whether it be from phone, walk-in traffic, or on-site or online. We take summaries and surveys of all customers that come in. One of the requests is, where are you coming to meet us at? If you're in Florence, are you coming from Apache Junction? Are you driving through, from Santan Valley to go to Apache Junction because you're going to Social Security? Getting that information helps ensure that we're always manned. I love to brag on this slide. I think Pinal County Recorder's Office has some of the finest individuals working for it. I know all of Pinal County employees are quite fantastic, but showing that the surveys do absolutely show that we are pretty awesome. Love to shout out to our team. Mid-year recording fees by type. I always get ahead of myself. Standard recording fees are about $30 a piece, they are $30 a piece. Government is, in our office or intergovernmental agencies, we charge $15, and then exempt includes child support and restitution. Calendar year revenue, what we will be collecting or projecting for 2025, and where we sat for the last several years. The offices were preparing for 3 elections during the second quarter of 2025. We had the CD7 primary election, the Prop 495 Santan Valley Incorporation election. We're currently in the CD7 general election, and of course we'll have jurisdictional elections in November, but showing what that voter interaction is looking like, from requesting an early ballot to issuing a ballot, and dealing with documentary proof of citizenship. Public records requests is almost a full-time job in Pinal County for any of the departments, showing that we field about 1 a day, if not 2. I think it's good for the public to know that we have 1 person designated in the recorder's office and 1 in the voter registration and 1 in the elections, just for dealing with public records requests. Upcoming election data. Today is the first day to vote early in person, and anybody who signed up to receive an early ballot by mail will be receiving it by Saturday. Uocava voting began about 15 days ago. The last day to register to vote was Monday. Last day to request a ballot by mail, if you had previously been signed up for our active early voting list, is September 12th. We always recommend that you get your early ballot in the mail to us September 16th. Use one of those wonderful ballot drop boxes that we have located in 15 different locations in Pinal County, on county property, and on recorded surveillance. And of course, the election is September 23rd, with the last day to cure a signature in the event it is non-matching is September 28th. Always want to make sure we're forward-thinking, and the jurisdictional election for November 4th, give you some dates there. Ballot proofs did go out yesterday, already interacting with our different jurisdictions about language. And the Uocava ballots will go out September 20th. One thing that was recently brought to my attention by Supervisor Sturdy that I would like a moment to speak about is third-party voter engagement groups. A group called Easy AZ recently started sending out postcards to voters in Pinal County and actually across the state. I have been informed by multiple voters that the information is stale. That's nothing that I can effectively change. We just ask these different voter participation groups like Voter Participation Center, who sent out about 8,000 pre-filled voter registration forms, to please make sure you're working with us to update and utilize updated voter history information. Some of the people are receiving notices for people who have either passed or no longer reside at that residence. I can stand for questions.
Any questions of our recorder? No, I just clarification. This was all on a calendar year. It wasn't a fiscal year, I think, all
that
your
is
data.
Correct.
Yeah.
Steve.
Yeah.
So, Dana, like I said, the person that they were trying to register has been passed away since 2019.
Mm-hmm.
If any similar situations, what should citizens do if they do get something like this and someone has passed on already?
They have two, Chairman Miller, members of the board, Supervisor Sturdy, they have two options. They can either contact the Citizen Contact Center at 520-509-3555. I've never done that before. And because we train the Citizen Contact Center in some voter registration basics, they'll be able to let them know if we do have updated information on that voter as being deceased. Or they can contact us directly at the voter registration department, 520-866-6830.
Good. We don't want to be like Chicago and keep voting forever.
It is unfortunate when these third-party agencies are utilizing data that is, from 5 to 10 years old. The nightmares and the stories that we hear are egregious, and it is my apologies, but in no way, shape, or form is this because of a deputy recording clerk. This is just agencies utilizing stale data.
Thank you.
And on the public records request, I wanted to point out that people kind of complain about how long it takes, but I do believe, County Attorney, it has to be reviewed through your office as well anytime we have a public records request. So that's another one of the steps that goes into that.
That's right.
So, okay. Moves us on to item number 6, where I think Eric Grogan is going to give us a audit plan that we'll have to vote on.
Yes, thank you. Good to see you all. A couple of months ago, we met with county management and with you all. Good to see you all again, and really appreciate the time that you gave us. The result of that time that we had together, of course, is to develop our annual audit plan, and that annual audit plan is required to be approved by you. It is reviewed and approved by the audit committee prior to coming to you, so they have seen that, and we have been through that process. Just a couple of things here to note. You've noted a lot of different construction projects that have been completed and things that are in process. So that's going to be our big project for the year, is doing some audits around our capital projects review. And we're excited about that. As you can see, we completed our mid-cycle risk assessment update in that process with you, which determined the internal audit plan. You can see a couple of things that we've deferred until the county had made some decisions related to an ERP and wanting to make sure that we get that in place first. And then you can see the rest of the plan here. We're going to do some follow-up related in IT for the business impact analysis, which was completed a couple of years ago. We, of course, will always do our follow-up. We'll talk about one of those here next. But fill up on our audit requests, and then our full risk assessment will start towards the end of this year. So that's what we have on the plan. Happy to take any comments. Otherwise, happy to ask for an approval of the plan.
Any comments or questions? Okay, board's pleasure.
Chairman, I will make the recommendation to approve item number 8 as written. 6. Sorry.
6.
I crossed it out. I apologize.
We'll get to 8.
I apologize.
Okay. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. Thank you. Item number 7.
Yes, item number 7. So one of the other requirements that this board has is to approve all of the projects that we complete. Again, as the process goes, the projects are approved on the internal audit plan. We execute those projects. Those projects are then approved by the audit committee and then come to you for final approval. So here we are now with our elections third-party follow-up. As a reminder, internal audit did not perform the original administrative review. That was performed in 2022. That was performed by a separate set of experts, which is absolutely appropriate in this situation. However, it is internal audit's responsibility to make sure that those recommendations, those action plans, are actually executed by the department or by the office in accordance with the actual work that is being performed. performed. So obviously one of those significant ones was the elections third-party follow-up. We stayed close in contact with Ms. Lewis and her staff as they went through all of the action plans that were from that. You can see here there was 28 observations. I know from my discussions and in seeing with you all and watching these meetings over time that she has reported out on her progress many times. And upon completion of those, we met with Ms. Lewis and her staff. We went out and performed some walkthroughs of the new beautiful building, if you will, and also examined different documents and different processes that she executed. So I'm happy to report that all 28 of the observations have been addressed and have been closed, and this report requires your approval as far as the work that has been performed. Again, happy to take any questions.
Any questions? Comments?
I just have to say that, just to be clear, this is for 2022, not last week. So all these
That's
things
correct.
have happened, and a lot of things have progressed since then.
Correct.
More than this.
Right.
So.
Okay.
So with that, I would like to do something here. I move that we approve item 7 as presented.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. Thank you. Brings us to item number 8, which is an update on our silent whistle program.
Thank you. So the last thing that we do and are required to do on an annual basis is to present for your oversight the results of the silent whistle from the last fiscal year. So a couple of things to note here that should be important to you. Number one, it is operational and available to all. So you can see that some calls have come through, and you can see the various categories. Both good news, all good news here, in that the calls that are coming through have not been actionable by us or by our staff. The good news is that means it's not fraud, right? There's nothing that is in those complaints that requires us to investigate anything. The second thing that's important for you to know is that there are no open items at this point. Of course, we always want to we encourage people to use the silent whistle if necessary. And then, of course, it's our job to make sure that we timely investigate and report anything that comes from those investigations. So, again, good news, all good news here. It's operational. People are using it, and there's no open items.
Okay.
And that's it. I don't believe that requires an action.
I don't believe so either. It's information only. So, thank you. Any questions of productivity at this time? Seeing none. Seeing none. Thank you very much, Eric.
Thank you.
Good to see you again. Brings us to item number 9, is a discussion, approval or disapproval of the Suicide Prevention Awareness Month. Corey Wilson.
Good morning, Chairman Miller and Board of Supervisors. I am Corey Wilson. I am the Overdose Prevention Program Manager for Pinal County Public Health. I oversee the Overdose Added to Action grant. I oversee the State Opioid Response Grant that oversees the Overdose Fatality Review. And I also oversee the SMR portion of the HPHC grant that oversees the Suicide Mortality Review. I am here to ask the Board to proclaim September 2025 as Suicide Prevention Awareness Month. Whereas the issue...
Wait.
Nope, sorry.
Wait.
Okay.
We have to vote on it first.
Oh, sorry.
So you've asked us if we would support this.
Yes.
Board have any questions or comments at this time? If not, can I get a motion?
Chairman, I make a motion to approve item number 9 as read, or will be read.
Okay, that will be read. All right, thank you. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. Now, if you will please read it.
Okay. Whereas the issue of suicide has long cast a shadow over individuals and communities across our nation, claiming thousands of lives each year and profoundly impacting loved ones and a society at large. Whereas, historically, communities and organizations have recognized the importance and urgency of addressing mental health issues and preventing suicide, leading to various initiatives, including the creation of the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline in 2005, which provides free and confidential support to those in crisis. Whereas, September was first designated as National Suicide Prevention Awareness Month in 2008. Since then, September has served as a time to honor those affected by suicide, increase awareness, and connect individuals experiencing suicidal thoughts with treatment resources. Whereas suicide occurs in every community and impacts all ages, socioeconomic backgrounds, genders, races, religions, and nationalities. Whereas one person dies by suicide in the United States every 11 minutes. Whereas in 2023, suicide ranked among the top 8 leading causes of death nationwide for individuals ages 10 to 64. It was the second leading cause of death for those aged 10 to 34, with over 49,000 suicide deaths among people aged 12 and older. Whereas in 2024, in Arizona, over 37,000 people visited the emergency department for suicidality, and there were 1,502 deaths by suicide. Whereas in 2024, 98 residents of Pinal County died by suicide, with the highest number in the 51 through 60 age range. Out of the 98, 20 of them were veterans. Whereas, as of August 7th, 2025, Pinal County has already lost 75 residents to suicide. Whereas, with the right support, people can heal, build resistance, and thrive after crisis. Whereas people struggle with depression or suicidal thoughts, and for anyone concerned about a loved one or someone else, there are resources available. You are not alone. Whereas, free confidential support and help are available 24/7 through phone calls, text, and chat from the National 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. Anyone can dial or text 988 to reach a crisis center, visit chat at 988lifeline.org, or call the Arizona Crisis Line at 1-844-534-HOPE, or text HOPE to 46673. Whereas a real connection can help prevent a crisis. A simple check-in, conversation, shared story, or helpful resource can make someone feel less overwhelmed. Whereas designating September as Suicide Prevention Awareness Month serves as a vital platform for raising awareness, dispelling myths, mobilizing resources, and providing support to those affected by suicide while fostering an environment of open dialogue, empathy, and support for those in distress. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Pinal County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims September 2025 as Suicide Prevention Awareness Month and reaffirms Pinal County's commitment to providing stigma-free education and accessible prevention and treatment for individuals, families, and children of Pinal County. I urge all Pinal County residents, businesses, and organizations, and educational institutions to observe this month and every month with compassion to reduce stigma and cultivate the necessary discussions around mental health and suicide prevention.
Thank you. Would you like a photo of the Board of Supervisors and your proclamation?
Sure. Yes.
Okay. Let's go. Guys, showtime. Who's in charge of the thermostat?
Yeah, feels good to play. Arthritis, my finger.
All right,
Here.
thank you.
You get to hold it, too.
Oh, thank you.
No, this is one. This is two. Is that my one or my two? Grab to the line. There you go. No. You're my support. Come here. Just a tiny bit that way. There you go. See how you guys are going to line up? Well, it's just because you're semi at work. Get right in the middle right here. There you go. Come over here. There you go. slide in just a little bit. There you go. Looks good, people. Big smiles right here. 3, 2. Awesome. We're going to do one more. 3, 2, 1. Did you smile that time? Here we go. Last one. 3, 2, 1. There we go. Thank you.
Well, okay, just all is over.
Okay, brings us to item number 10, which is something I've asked to be put on the agenda. It's the 60th anniversary of the voting rights. I think it was brought to our attention at the last meeting. And I do believe it's an important date and important action that was taken by our federal government 60 years ago. So I've asked the clerk's office to prepare a proclamation, and if we can get a favorable vote on that, I'll have Ms. Kennedy read it.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve item number 10 as presented.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. Thank you. Ms. Kennedy, do you mind?
Proclamation recognizing the 60th anniversary of the Voting Rights Act of 1965 and declaring Pinal County's commitment to the right to vote. Whereas the right to vote is the foundation of Arizona democracy and a fundamental right guaranteed to all eligible citizens. And whereas on August 6, 1965, President Lyndon B. Johnson signed into law the Voting Rights Act, a landmark measure prohibiting racial discrimination in voting and affirming the principle that every citizen's vote matters. And whereas the passage of the Voting Rights Act was made possible through the courage, determination, and sacrifices of individuals who fought to secure equal voting rights for all, ensuring that barriers such as literacy tests, poll taxes, and discriminatory practices could no longer silence eligible voters. And whereas this year marks the 60th anniversary of this historic legislation, providing an opportunity to reflect on the progress made towards equality in voting and to reaffirm our responsibility to protect this right for the future generations. And whereas Pinal County recognizes the right to vote is essential to civic engagement, representation, and trust in government, and remains steadfast in upholding free, fair, secure, and accessible elections for all eligible residents. And whereas the Pinal County Board of Supervisors reaffirms its unwavering commitment to defending the right to vote, ensuring all citizens, regardless of their race, ethnicity, background, or circumstance, can participate fully in the democracy progress without fear, intimidation, or undue burden. Now, therefore, the Pinal County Board of Supervisors hereby recognizes the 60th anniversary of the Voting Rights Act of 1965 and declares its ongoing commitment to safeguard and promote the right to vote for all eligible citizens, ensuring that our elections remain a true reflection of the will of the people. Proclaimed this 27th day of August 2025 in Pinal County, Arizona.
Thank you, Natasha. I appreciate it. And I'd like to get a photo of all five of us holding that proclamation to let everybody know that we do really, truly understand the importance of voting in our society. So.
Clear back up just a tad, or that way rather. There you go. That's it. So good at following direction. And here we go. 3, 2, and again 3, 2, 1. One more because I'm not really feeling it. And 3, 2, 1. There we go. Thank you.
I do want to add that I had received numerous emails requesting that to be done. So when it was brought to our attention at the meeting, a lot of folks heard it and they reached out to me. And so I had already started the process of getting the proclamation done. But I hope everybody notices that. I want to take privilege as the chair, and I'm going to move item number 12 in place in front of item 11. So this is a presentation from the County Supervisors Association. We have the chairwoman, Ms. Pancrazi from Yuma, and Mr. Sullivan kind of give us a report on all the things we did at CSA this year.
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. It's a pleasure to be here in Pinal County. Seems like I come through Pinal County quite often these days. So, for the record, I'm Lynn Pancrazi. I have the honor of being the CSA president this year, and I'd like to recognize Supervisor Miller, who is the current past president of CSA. Thank you for your service and for allowing me to serve as part of your executive board as well. So, the collaboration that we have between CSA and our counties, all 15, is what makes CSA such an effective organization. And with that, we appreciate the involvement of Pinal County as being part of that. Now, the involvement in CSA, Steve, and Supervisor Miller and Supervisor Vitiello, were very instrumental in CSA this year as part of the Legislative Policy Committee, which meets every Friday during session, and it looks at all the bills that are being proposed that are going to impact the counties in positive and negative, and tries to either approve them, amend them, or oppose them, depending on how they're going to impact our citizens. So thank you both, because I know both of you attended those meetings. Now, joining us today is Yvonne Ortega. Where are you, Yvonne? Where'd you go? Stand up. Yvonne Ortega is who we call our hospitality chair. She is the front office. Thank you. She is the front office, and you come into CSA and you always get a smile and a how can I help you, and she organizes everything that we do, from our meetings to any of the events. Our chairman of hospitality has a hand in it. So, and next to me is, of course, Craig Sullivan, who is the executive director of CSA and has been in that position for many years, and does an excellent job and is well respected around the state and at the state legislature for his knowledge and his workaholic attitude. He works me even when I'm on a plane. So Did you find that to be the case too?
Oh,
He's
yeah.
working
Oh, yeah.
all the time. So, and he has the update of all the things that were achieved this year with the counties and with the CSA. So, without further ado.
Thank you, Supervisor Pancrazzi. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you so much for this opportunity to stand before you and report out on some of the work of the County Supervisors Association. For the record, I'm Craig Sullivan with the association, and it's my pleasure to be here. On behalf of all of your colleagues in our association, as well as our team at the association, I just want to thank you for your partnership with you. It's really great to work with you. I know you're all very busy serving your constituents. We're proud to be part of your team and to work with you as best we can. We do have some content for you to go over, and I'm going to try to be as brief as I can given the magnitude of your agenda. But we've provided to you a portfolio of information that walks through just how we're using data analytics and explainers to educate lawmakers on county-related public policy items. And I encourage you to look through that at your leisure. And I also provided a report that's our briefing that I'll walk through here. I'm not going to cover all of it. I'll just hit some of the key points. But if there are any questions you have, please let me know as we go through that. I also want to acknowledge County Manager Lou and your team here. We are so grateful for their support and collaboration with us as we do our work to support the supervisors in this state. Tammy Ryle, your consultant, Mark Barnes, they're instrumental in how we really forge a strong collaboration. And so, Leo, thank you very much for your role in that. Really appreciate it. So moving on just a little bit, just for the folks in the room who may not be familiar with us, I'm trying to advance this. Oh, this guy here? Okay, I knew I'd get to it. But the County Supervisors Association is a collaboration of you and all your colleagues. We're a nonpartisan research and policy development shop. Supervisors have been collaborating like this in one way or another since statehood. And the reason is that as administrative arms of the state, there needs to be a strong collaboration and partnership with state lawmakers. You all know that very readily. You work on it all the time, and we're here to support that as well as a back office to all 15 counties in support of the intergovernmental function as well as research, information, and development. We are supervisor-driven, so we welcome all your feedback and participation in what we do. We are a connector within the counties. We make sure to use our board forums that meet regularly to bring in state lawmakers, policy experts, and others to dialogue with you, help develop our knowledge base. We convene regularly with the what we call affiliates, the managers group, finance directors, planners, to get their perspective on policy, to share information from the state level. And we also connect the counties with various work groups. Every year, we are tasked to serve on work groups at the legislature or other state agency activities. I listed a few here on the left for you, probably the most significant at this point that we've been spending a lot of time on. Broadband, Tammy Ryle's been instrumental in collaborating with us and the other counties on that. PSPRS Board of Trustees, helping make sure we're at the table to protect that investment and have our voice heard as it relates to decisions made by that board. And then the Department of Insurance, Resiliency and Mitigation Council, and others. These are just how we bring local county perspective to these important conversations. I wanted to share a few slides on our analytics function, and I want to thank you for your support as we've built this function over the years. What am I talking about here? Our data and analytics effort is where we're importing all the publicly available data we can on issues that are relevant to state and county policy decisions. Things like Department of Revenue data, transportation data, long-term care data, the pension system, the court system, importing the budget that all the counties have so that we're able to look across functions and see what's occurring out there. And the whole purpose is to bring that to bear on policy analysis and to help us understand what's happening. We've also forged relationships with the Board of Regents. In the last couple of years, we secured about $1.4 million in grants to do work into recruitment and retention and law enforcement, detention, and now we're doing some analysis in the procurement function. So we're trying to bring more resources to bear so that we can bring better data, better information to all of you. The next few slides will walk through a little bit of what we do on this analytics function, and I do apologize that this graphic doesn't work particularly well on the projector or that screen, but I know it's clear in the packet that I gave you. But what we're looking at is how county government works and developing products to support that, the impact of state policies on county operations and finance. And Mr. Liu, I provided to you a visualization on the indigent defense function that we conducted recently, and I wanted to share that with you so that you're able to share it with your professional team. But we're just digging in more and more to these policy items and how they affect what's happening in the public sector workforce. As demographics are really forcing more creativity in recruitment and retention, we need to do our part to support that dialogue. I want to acknowledge Mary Ellen Shepard, who's been phenomenal at working on various work groups and guiding us in that capacity. And looking at how counties manage mandated function. And again, some of the fonts didn't work on this, and I apologize for it. But it's really looking across the county enterprise, not just in a silo here in Pinal County, but looking in other counties too. So you're able to look across counties, see who's doing what, where there may be opportunities for improvement, where you all are doing just fine. Now, the challenge that we're having with the data and analytics function is getting a lot of this information out, right? We've got access to it. I've got a great team that mines this data. What we're working on now is updating our website to bring this forward and make it more accessible to you. I know that county managers see it regularly as we're working through analytics on different problems. We want to make sure that you're able to get this information readily on your schedule rather than having to reach out to us to get it for you. But we're very proud of how we've been developing this, and I do want to commend you for your leadership in supporting us in this area. So pivoting out of the analytics function and touching basically on the legislative side, we do a lot of intergovernmental work to support all the counties, so I just want to highlight that. You know that the session went long this year. It didn't go long because of the volume of work. It went because of any number of other things, politics on the budgets, trying to negotiate some big-ticket items, and so it went late into June. There were hundreds of bills that affected county government that were in it, and we triaged all of them, got guidance from our Legislative Policy Committee, and acted accordingly. A couple of comments about the state budget. Counties are very directly connected with the state because we're providing state mandates. You know this very well. And the state financial situation affects their ability to provide relief on state mandates or to fund other important projects like infrastructure, which you all have been very engaged in. This shows the state budget picture as it came out of this session. And what's important here is they focused on allocations of one-time money and avoided doing things in the ongoing space. And a lot of county-related issues require ongoing money, and that can be a challenge. But for folks that were getting one-time money, there were a lot of allocations there. You can see on the left the basic agency categories. They allocated that one-time money, but I want to focus your attention on fiscal year 2027 and the red box, which is the projected ending balance of the state budget of $52 million. Now, you all know, as financial folks, that $52 million on a $17 billion budget isn't a whole lot. And so we're going to see how the economy adjusts over the next several months and what the capacity is for the legislature to provide investments or to provide relief. A couple of key items that we're monitoring to really understand are the impacts of the recent federally enacted bills. So what are we talking about? The state will have to make policy choices about whether they're going to conform their tax code to the recent changes. There were business tax changes and then more salient issues related to tips and overtime, things like that. The state will have to decide if it will conform. That'll cost a significant amount of money at the state level. They'll have to figure out their share of the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program that they now have to pay more into, as well as the Medicaid system, what they may or may not choose to do in that area. So I share that just for your awareness to know there are big policy items that are coming into the fore that are going to dominate some bandwidth at the legislature. The next couple of slides just highlight various appropriations. This is some key items in the state budget generally. They won't surprise you. Additional reductions on the personal property tax side, investments in public safety, capital projects like those that were relevant here in this area, child care subsidy and human services, which was important to the governor, and other local distributions. These are a few items that we cared about, so I just want to spend a little bit of time on them very briefly. One is we have been advocating to ensure that the state is meeting its obligation for state-funded probation officers. We want to make sure that there's no effort to shift those costs to the county general fund. They are a state liability. Currently, the requests of the court system have not been fully heard by the legislature. The governor did patch that function with an additional $10 million for this fiscal year. But there is an ongoing problem that needs to be addressed in the probation function. We also made adjustments to the Juvenile Dependency Proceedings Fund to make sure each county is getting a regular and predictable allocation from that, and we made sure that the legislature funded its share of the Justice of the Peace salaries. These are all various relevant county touch points where the state put money. Local border support enforcement was a major grant program that they plussed up. Wildfire investments, the reimbursements for the special election, and many other items that we had put in the budget over the years. Just kind of highlights the significant connections the counties all have with the state budget. These are issues that were distributed directly to Pinal County, and so just want to make sure that everybody's aware of these various things, and I know you are. Coordinated reentry, law enforcement support, as well as the Pinal County Transportation Plan money. Beyond the budget piece, we do work on bills, and right now we are receiving bills for consideration at our board. These are just the items that we worked on last year. Post-conviction capital relief, that came in from this county and others. Mr. Miller, thank you for working with me and Senator Kavanaugh on that issue recently. Really do appreciate that. We made modifications to registered sanitarian qualifications, talked about behavioral health services, and extended the waste tire program. Now, a big part of what we do to support the counties is just what we call reactive advocacy. This is where all of the bills that come in, we look at what they mean to the counties, we get your direction, and we engage. This just gives you a sense of the breadth of policy issues that come in every year that affect your resources and operations. And so our team works with your team to work with lawmakers to make sure that decisions are informed. And so we saw a lot of conversation around planning and zoning, pension-related matters, how we do our meetings, and then just general county finance. It's a constant churn every year, and we really want to make sure that your voice is at the table. This is a list of bills that did pass, and just for your professional team, we provided recently 4 reports, a summary of every bill that passed this legislative session, our finance officer's guide, our expenditure and revenue guide, and a breakdown of everything that's in the budget. Those are all documents that we spread to the county so that they're able to utilize that as a resource. This gives you a sampling of bills that passed. Probably most notably is we're just seeing a lot of talk in the affordable housing space, obviously, planning and zoning, how they affect us. Mr. Vitiello, we were talking about that before the meeting. It's an ongoing kind of drumbeat down at the Capitol and other just basic government issues. I want to commend you, Mr. Miller, for your engagement on the ag to urban policy. I know that's not on our agenda, but you were phenomenal at representing your county in that, and kudos to you.
Thank you.
Just bounce ahead here. So also, this just kind of quantifies the work that our Legislative Policy Committee does. I thought it was kind of fun to just tally stuff up. The specific bills that you all, or the number of them that you dialogued and provided direction, the outreach meetings to make sure lawmakers were hearing from our counties, and then the testimonies that our team did. You all do a great job of being present at the legislature, and I want to commend you for that. We love seeing you down there. It's absolutely critical. And then just as a final note, I did want to do a little commercial for our policy summit that we're going to have in Yuma this year. And to extend my appreciation to the two ladies here, we hosted it in Pinal County last year. And thank you, Natasha and Kelsey, for helping us have a great event. It was wonderful. I promise not to come back around for at least another year or two. But we're thrilled to be in Yuma. It's our most important meeting of the year. And just come on down, visit with us. We're going to set our agenda. We're going to go through policy resolutions, give you briefings on issues that are emerging here at the legislature this year. And we're just going to get organized to be part of the partnership that is necessary with state lawmakers in serving constituents. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I know it took a lot of time, but thank you for letting me share this, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions of Craig at this time? I'll just say it was an honor serving on the executive board and for 3 or 4 years it's been. This organization is probably the most efficient organization I've seen. And I don't know, was about 3 years ago you decided, I have a lot of data, I'm going to start organizing it. And Vanessa, I think, has been kind of in charge of all of that and has done a fantastic job. You can go to that dashboard, and if you want to know how much money every county's spending on transportation, you can find it. That information they have, and if you're curious about what the trends are, you can go into this dashboard anytime and check it out. I think, Craig, that is one of the greatest tools that you offer to all of us that are in county government. So thank you for spearheading that, and thank you for all the hard work. And it works both ways. I text him at all kinds of hours as well, so I'm sure there's times he's like, what's he need now? But it's been a great relationship, and I hope to continue it for the rest of my term.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's our pleasure to serve you. Please let us know how we can help. And I know you have a long meeting, but just thank you very much.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I just want to thank you guys for welcoming me from day one and to today. So I guess I'm still okay. So you're here welcoming me. So thank you for everything and teaching me and, putting up with me, asking you the billion questions that I do.
It's our
thank
pleasure,
you.
Sir. It's our pleasure. Thank you.
Okay. Safe travels.
Thank you.
Thanks, Craig.
Let's go back to item number 11, which is the purchasing division report. Looks like we got Angie.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. I'm Angie Woods. I'm the Director of the Office of Budget and Finance, and I have the pleasure of delivering this morning's Purchasing Division report to you. In the report, the board is requested to approve 2 contract awards, RFP 253930 for aviation parts and service. We are awarding to 8 vendors. RFP 260430 for pre-petitioning screenings. Additionally, the board is requested to approve 5 contract amendments. First amendment for ROQ 202523 for the Santan Valley Area Drainage Master Plan. RFP 220726 for Public Health Clinical Services. ROQ 241928 for Airport Planning and Associated Services. IFB 250630 for Commercial Refuse and Public Recycling. RFP 253130 for Juvenile Delinquency Indigent Legal Services. And lastly, the report, we are requesting the board to approve 4 competition impracticable purchase orders over the amount of $100,000 per our procurement code section PC 1-502. Are there any questions for you?
Any questions? Seeing none, board's pleasure.
Mr. Chair, I move we approve the Purchasing Division report as presented.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay.
Thank you.
Ayes have it. Thank you. Get back to the right page here. Okay, brings us to item number 13 on the agenda, which is we're going to discuss or on how the selection process for the newly incorporated Santan city will go forth. I don't know if we have. Do we have any slides or anything on this? Do we have any type of? So we'll just take it from here. The Santan Town Council includes a timeline of acceptance for the period of interview format and retaining to the board's final selection and appointment pursuant to the ARS 9-231 of the statute. So that'll be the guidelines for this appointment. And any questions or modifications at this time from the board? So we need to have a motion and a second to set this in motion going forward for Santan.
Do we need to set an interview date?
Well, I think in the motion it says that for an application process.
For the application process.
Application.
Yeah. And then we'll review them, and then we'll determine a date for the interviews.
So, okay. I appreciate
For Santan?
Yeah. This is a historical event, and I appreciate the opportunity to be able to be a part of this and to set things in motion, which has already been set in motion with the approval by the citizens locally exercising their right to vote. So with that, I would like to make a motion that we approve the appointment process that will include applications, that will include a background check, open for 2 weeks, and the closing date on that will be September 11th, 2025 at 5 p.m. Those that are interested. Interviews will then be conducted.
There's your insertion date.
So I'd say let's begin the 15th on that'll give a few days for us to look through the applications.
Right.
Okay. So let's insert September 15th, and then we'll ask for a special session on the September 17th. No? On the 15th. Okay. So the interview process.
Help him out here.
Yeah, help me out. Yeah, let's get this straight out.
Help him out.
I mean, is there a time frame that we want to? I guess before I resend that and start over again, is there a time frame? I mean, we're trying to hustle this as quick as possible. I get that. I understand that. And so, with the interview process on the 15th. We'll also make a decision on that date who those. No. Okay. So forget the 17th. With a special session to follow.
If I may, Chairman.
Yes, please.
So the interviews will be conducted based upon the date that you just provided, would be September the 15th.
Okay.
Then it will come back to the board on a regular meeting, which is September the 17th, for the board to take action on those appointments from the interview, which was conducted on the 15th.
Okay. You come up to straighten it out? I think she just did it.
So the recommended motion is going to be to approve the appointment process with the applications, including a background check open for 2 weeks, closing on September 11, 2025 at 5 p.m. Interviews shall be conducted on September the 15th, which is a special session, and then the board action on September the 17th at the already scheduled regular meeting.
Okay, sounds good. Okay. You probably should have done this.
No.
Okay. So if I could make the motion that the appointment process will begin with applications, including background check information, open for 2 weeks to those that are interested on sitting on the first city council, town council, closing on September 11th, 2025 at 5 p.m., Interviews are conducted on the 15th of September 2025, and then a decision will be rendered on the regular board meeting on September 17th, 2025.
Okay.
Nice job. I'll second that.
Will you second that? We got a second on that. All right. Did you want to add anything? Are you good, Hamachi?
No, sir. Thank you. That's the best thing I can do is just stand here.
Okay. I have a motion and a second. So all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. So there we go.
If I could just ask a question, then
Sure.
we'll make sure this all gets out to the public for those individuals that are interested, and then they need to contact the clerk of the board, right?
So we have a public notice that is going out today
Okay.
And
with all that information on it, the application process and everything, the requirements as well.
Okay. And I hope our audience is hearing that. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, that moves us to item number 14, which is the consent items. I know that Rich has G pulled, and I wanted to pull G as well. So does anybody else on the board have anything they want pulled?
I don't see anything.
County manager? From the audience? Anybody want something pulled?
Agenda item V is in Victor.
V is in Victor? Anyone else? Okay. Board's pleasure.
Mr. Chair, I move we approve the consent agenda A through AG minus G and V.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Second. I have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those say nay. Ayes have it. Thank you. G, I think. Rich, you want to go first?
This is an appointment, and it's actually a very important appointment. And this gentleman has stood out for years and years with a background of public safety. And it was brought to my attention, and I am honored to recommend Roger Vanderpool, for the Law Enforcement Merit Council. And I've got to speak to him on the phone. I got to learn a lot about him, and I am honored. And I know he's done a great job in the past, and it's just a great thing for for Pinal County. So, thank you. I really do appreciate you accepting the appointment, and do appreciate all your service in the past.
Thank you, Rich. And I want to echo all that. I've known Roger for a long time, and his wife, Valerie, is great, as not just in a professional way, but as a friendship as well. So thank you for taking the time, your personal time, to serve on this. It is a very important commission that we have, and we appreciate your involvement in it. So, Rich, you want to make the
Sure.
motion?
Chairman, I'd like to approve item G as read.
Okay, and I will second it, which isn't normal. But anyway, so all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. Thank you, Roger. Thank you for everything. Okay, want a picture with him? Okay. Is he?
All y'all.
All y'all.
Sorry to do this to you. Get behind him. Oh, no problem. There you go. You're like the initial, so just come back a little bit. It's a big guy. I'm not. There you go. No. I'm talking about Surdy. All right. And here we go. Nice smiles. Looking here. 3, 2. We're going to do it again. Stand by. I had to put on the Fix the Ugly Faces filter. And 3, 2. And again. 3, 2, 1. There we go.
I don't know who runs that thermostat. He's sick and demented. You get under there. She's warm. Warm my hands up on her. Okay, let's see here. We're going to suspend the Board of Supervisors meeting and open up the.
Oh,
wait.
Miller.
Did I jump over one? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My apologies. Sheriff Deeples. This is your item. Can you opine on it?
Actually, I think.
This is training operations between Pinal County Sheriff's Office and the City of Mesa.
Mr. Chairman, Board of Supervisors, Pinal County, I didn't know if Roberto Reveles wanted to go first so I could address his concerns. But
sure. No, that's excellent point. Excellent point. Roberto,
sorry, sir.
Your concerns on this one first?
Roberto Reveles, resident of Gold Canyon. And Mr. Chairman, I fully support the adoption of this agreement for joint training. But as someone who has lived under a lifetime of concerns about immigration enforcement, I think this training is especially important at this time because there is concern among the public for supporting community policing. But there has been a lot of confusion raised recently in our community by those of us who are trying to be supportive between drug raids and immigration raids. I have been involved as an individual of concern over immigration that was sometimes not under well-trained officers. So I think that it's important that we recognize that confusion between officers or just masked individuals appearing in the neighborhood. And so I think it's unfair and places an extra burden on the sheriff and the deputies when there are masked people. You can't even say they're officers because they lack identifying. They are masked. Are they kidnapping someone, or are they part of a secret police under these very strange times that we're in? So I fully support this, and I encourage Sheriff Teeple to engage in clarifying the need for officers to be immediately identifiable as officers and not gangsters kidnapping someone. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Thank you. And Sheriff Teeples, did you want to have any thoughts on that?
Mr. Chairman, Board of Supervisors, Pinal County, I appreciate Roberto Ravelis' support of this IGA. This is where we send our peace officers. If you didn't know it, to be a certified peace officer in Arizona, you have to have two things. You have to have a certification by Arizona Post, that's the peace officer's standard and training, and you have to be employed by a law enforcement agency. These academies are set up by Post, and there's a basic syllabus that you have to follow with this. This is the best academy that we have right now. It fits for our needs, but to touch on what the county manager so eloquently said earlier, is we like to have our Pinal County tax dollars staying in Pinal County. So one of the things that we are doing, and it's being spearheaded by Deputy Chief Villegas, is reestablishing a police academy in Pinal County. There are 15 counties in Arizona. There are 17 police academies in Arizona. None of them are in Pinal County.
Oh, wow.
So I appreciate you, gentlemen. If you do support this, this will continue so we could train high-quality deputies and get them out on the road so they can continue to keep Pinal County safe. God bless you all.
Thank you. Board's pleasure.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve item number V as presented.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Okay, now I think I am suspending the Board of Supervisors meeting and opening up the Pinal County Flood Control District. Has consent items, and I think I forgot to read this on the last one, but anyway, all items indicated by an alphabetical below will be handled as a single vote as part of the consent agenda unless a board member or the county manager or a member of the public at this time would like something pulled. Okay. After this? Before this. Okay. Okay, I've just been notified that there's trouble with the live stream. So we're going to suspend this meeting right now, and we'll come back to item number 1 on the flood control district as soon as what do you need? About 10 minutes, in 10 minutes. So the 10 minutes, yeah. So 10-minute recess. Alphabetically below will be handled as a single vote as part of the consent agenda unless the board members or the county manager or member of the public objects at the time the agenda item is called. Does anybody want anything pulled from the flood district, Pinal County Flood Control District agenda?
No.
Okay. County manager, he left. Public? No. So I believe we have just A and B. Board's pleasure.
Mr. Chair, I move we approve consent items A and B on the Pinal County Flood Control District.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Adjourn the Flood Control District meeting, and I'm going to open up the Pinal County Library District. The same thing. All believe they're all consent. Yep. So all items indicated indicated alphabetically below will be handled as a single vote as a part of the consent agenda unless the board member, county manager, or member of the public objects at the time the agenda item is called. Anybody want anything pulled? Seeing none, board's pleasure.
Mr. Chair, I would like to the Pinal County Library to approve the agenda as written.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I oppose. Say nay. Ayes have it. Thank you. I'm going to reconvene the Pinal County Board of Supervisors meeting and brings us to item number 17, which is a call to the public. Call to the public is a time and a period for members of the public to address the Board of Supervisors, to provide public input related to subject matter within the Board of Supervisors' authority and jurisdiction. Those wishing to address the Board of Supervisors need not request permission in advance. Actions taken as a result of public comment will be limited to the directing staff to study the matter and or reschedule it and reconsider it at a decision at a later date. So I have quite a few and here, so we'll just take them as we see them. Robin Davis.
Good afternoon, Chair, Supervisors. So often we come up here and you hear the worst of us and complaints and this and that, but I'd like to take the time to come up and thank you guys. So I want to thank Rich for scheduling a second trash cleanup days in District 1 that we so desperately needed. The first one had 701 vehicles go through, which I think I was about 7 times with all the stuff. I'm the tire lady out there. I clean up tires out of the desert and take them in. That this was really needed, and Rich worked hard with the Development Services Department to schedule this, and I want to thank the Pinal County for doing this in an area that really needs it from years of abuse. So, and I also want to thank Rich. He's working on several special projects that I've got going on and identified dump sites, and we're going to get our area cleaned up, and having a second dump days is a huge part of it. So thank you all. Thank you to the Developmental Services Department. We really appreciate it out there. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Barry McCain.
I speak slow. Good morning, Chair Miller, Pinal County Board of Supervisors. I'm Barry McCain, born and raised in Pinal County. One of the things that upset me most was when then President Jimmy Carter did not allow me to go to the 1980 Olympics to get my gold medal because it was held in Moscow, Russia. Disappointed I was. I didn't go to Poland with the Olympic boxing team, so Marvis Frazier and I are still alive because Joe Frazier said that the planes killed, and that one did. Competition taught me what fairness is and that bullies are cowards. Family values taught me how important service to country is. So after my tour of Vietnam, I went to college at 26 because it was the right thing to do. I was taught that intelligent people don't try to control others. They contribute so others will not experience suffrage. After 20 years in the United States Navy, now I got 151 college credits, 150 legislative bills to lobby next legislation session for Pinal County. Plus, I've been given information to the chair that he couldn't get it during the legislative sessions for years. Free speech is like free competition. Everyone is able to participate equally without hidden hindrance. We should never deny history, but should learn from it. We need people in office that live by a standard code of conduct and ethics. I noticed that the voting was a problem in the city of Maricopa, so I spoke to the Maricopa mayor that Council Vitoli had asked me to protect him from then District 1 supervisor, and later informed her that her call of public was unconstitutional, citing case history, and nothing was done. I came to this Board of Supervisors in 2012 to get away from harassment and be part of fair actions and provide a better quality of life for Pinal County voters and residents. In order to be fair, we must be honest first. Mr. Vitoli harassed me about backing off from the vice mayor, as others did, is now District 1 supervisor with only high school training, and tried to bully me into submission in front of the cameras only to be overlooked by this board is tragic. If people didn't invest in themselves by getting a college education, then why should you, the voter? Malfeasance in office is just reason for removal from office. A cabal is also a felony, which is evident in Maricopa City Council, and also the half-cent sales tax in Maricopa is merely a cash cow and cannot be justified. I'm still protecting Pinal County Attorney Supervisor Goodmans and Surtee as being bullied by this apparent cabal that I saw in Maricopa County. Integrity, I'm trying to keep the integrity.
Barry, time's up. Thank you. Mayor Nancy Smith.
Hello, Chair, Vice Chair, board members, and County Manager Leo Liu. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I came today for some really good stuff, just to share a little bit about an update on 347. As you know, and I gave you a handout, and I have yours here. I had to borrow it from you. On June 20th, the Arizona State Transportation Board meeting met in Payson. We had 35 to 40 people from the city of Maricopa attending, and we were so thankful that 347 ended up on the 5-year plan on June 20th. It was a huge success. On June 27th, the state legislators approved a budget with the remaining funds needed for State Route 347, Riggs Road overpass, and the 2 intersections. So I wanted you to have that update. There's a lot of information in this packet in regards to the tentative schedule. We're working hard to make that schedule move up any faster. That would be great. But today, primarily, I'm here to thank you, because one of the most important questions that I was asked at the Arizona League of Cities and Towns when I was there last week was, how did you do it? And one of the ways that you do it is that ADOT has 2 policies that says that if you have contributing funds from local regions, that can move your project up in priority. So the $20 million that Pinal County approved was a huge help, and the $30 million that the city of Maricopa is providing was a huge help. Push the project over the line, along with the money that we received from the state legislators. So thank you each. I made you a trophy, so to speak, or a thank you award, and I gave those to some of the legislators that helped as well. And they basically indicated they're not even going to use it for what its purpose is, but they're going to put it on the top of their shelves because it was such a success. I also want to thank Pinal County Sheriff's Office. Thank you very much. So in a coalition with the Maricopa Police Department, Pinal County Sheriff's Office, with DPS, with Gila River Indian Community and Ak-Chin Indian Community, we had a law enforcement coalition day where we stopped well over 100 drivers, many of them going well above speeds that they should be going, some going 100 miles per hour plus on 347. So it's a crazy road, and that coalition was magnificent for that day. And hopefully, once a quarter we can do something like that. But thank you very much for that help as well. We appreciate everything that you've done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. Arlen Trout.
I'm Arlen Trout from Gold Canyon. You're familiar with Trout versus Russell and Sherry Leckrone. I've been here before the board 14 times. For over 4 years, my family's endured trespass, threats, property damage, slander, libel, and physical threats, assaults. Your fix-it attorney lost, and you were held in contempt and sanctioned for malicious violations of law. Then you quietly paid Kenneth Dean Russell's attorney fees and sanctions with public funds. You've cost my family and Pinal County taxpayers millions of dollars with this meter still running. Now Russell has filed a fraudulent federal bankruptcy to stop a court-ordered sheriff's sale to pay prior attorney fees and sanctions. And you are still in violation of state and federal building regulations and multiple court orders. August 21st, my son's attorney, Evan Shube, filed a motion with exhibits in federal court showing Brent Billingsley is still aiding and abetting Russell to escape criminal accountability. Russell's recent lies and violations have been passed from Code Compliance Supervisor Joe Gaxiola to Brent Billingsley, Ian Darren and Brad Miller. This is more proof this county is still protecting Russell's criminal conduct instead of stopping it. The Attorney General has ordered Sheriff Teeple to stop the violations of court orders. Judge McCarville has ordered the county to report further violations to my son's attorney, Evan Shube. My son and taxpayers are still being billed for this corruption. The board has spent a fortune on outside attorneys to conceal this scandal. Now you're at war with each other over Sherry Leckrone and these latter-day land developers. I demand a response from Chairman Miller and Attorney Miller today. What action will be now taken to stop the damage to my family and the citizens of Pinal County? Thank you.
Anyone else from the public? It's not required to fill out a card. So, Mr. Reck?
I'm Noel Reck from Eloy. I'd like to thank the board under the leadership of Chairman Miller for issuing today's proclamation, bringing attention to and celebrating the 60th anniversary of the Voting Rights Act. And profound thanks to Roberto Ravelas for proposing the proclamation be made. I don't want to diminish this positive action with an adverse spin, but it must be said that this proclamation couldn't be more timely. Juxtaposed against national efforts to suppress the vote, rig elections through calls for a mid-decade census, a mid-decade redistricting, elimination of mail-in ballots and voting machines, all based on a rightful fear from the White House that unpopular policies will turn voters against the hijacked Republican Party in 2026. Although its 60th anniversary came last year at this time, it's critically important to keep the Civil Rights Act of 1964 in the forefront of our thoughts, words, and actions as we witness the demolition of due process, the unchecked brutishness of ICE agents and detention facilities, and the militarization of our major cities. The self-proclaimed war hero, Donald Trump, partially justifies the militarization by referring to protesters yelling so closely in the faces of the police that they spit on them. His response, quote, "They need to know when they spit, we hit," unquote. Actually, he spat in the face of all law enforcement with his incitement of the January 6th insurrection, his references to the January 6th hostages, and the blanket pardons he passed out to them. It's a sad day indeed to see armed National Guard troops on our city streets taken away from their jobs and families at the whim of a wannabe dictator. Sadder still that active duty troops are soon to follow. Closer to home, I must address Pinal County's attorney seeking to be a special prosecutor of Representative Ortiz, who committed no crime in exercising her free speech. Applying anti-SLAPP provisions to the fake electors he represented before his election, but not to Representative Ortiz, is pure hypocrisy. Might you remind him that he has plenty to do right here in Pinal County? Now, a completely different topic. Recent ankle replacement surgery has kept me away from board meetings. The cost, $240,000. With my insurance that I pay a pretty penny for, I paid about $200. I mention this fearful that with the coming federal and state cuts to AHCCS, and in all probability Medicare, our hospitals, emergency rooms, health clinics, nursing homes, and healthcare system in general, overwhelmed and underfunded, perhaps eliminated, will be unable to provide a procedure such as mine or even basic care to millions of Americans. Because these cuts conveniently won't take place until after the 2026 midterms, while the tax cuts for the wealthy start now, Pinal County has time to proactively plan for them. With those cuts in mind and other cuts to county departments, I call upon the board to direct county departments to present periodic reports as to the cuts they experience and their ramifications. We all need to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Roberto?
Roberto Ravelas, resident of Gold Canyon. Mr. Chairman, we're living in tragically historic days. With Donald Trump's armed military occupation of our nation's capital and plans to occupy other American cities led by black mayors. These days demand truth-telling in support of democracy and resistance to dictatorship. Americans are facing a governance crisis fueled by the president's unparalleled moral depravity and racist bigotry, a toxic combination that fueled our nation's civil war and fuels today's national divisive crisis. Trump's governing tactics are clearly designed not only to avoid being tied to the Epstein files sex trafficking disclosures, but cunningly crafted to distract from his hasty consolidation of dictatorial power before the public recognizes democracy's demise to a police state. His moral bankruptcy and criminality are indelibly documented by his recorded corrupt words and confirmed by court decisions that declare him an adjudged sexual predator and a convicted, unrepentant criminal. Trump's immoral disrespect for women is captured by Access Hollywood's tape recording of his vulgar abuse of women, followed by his depraved remarks about his own daughter Ivanka's physical attributes, saying if she weren't his daughter, he'd probably be dating her. Tied to his moral decadence is Trump's racist bigotry that was on full display as he opened his 2015 campaign by characterizing Mexican immigrants as criminals and rapists. Nonetheless, my resistance to Trump finds unexpected hope in the words of Mormon leader Brigham Young, that every time anti-Mormon bigots persecuted his community, they elevated and strengthened his people. And every time the bigots tried to decrease his community's numbers increased. I'm further uplifted and resistant to Trump's racism by Martin Luther King Jr.'s soulful dream that people should be judged not by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character. So where are today's moral leaders? Where is Mr. Goodman's voice that at this board previously indicated he represented a segment of his community in endorsing the election of the unrepentant criminal convict Donald Trump? Where are the community's family values voices on separating innocent immigrant children from job-seeking parents? Silence is deafening. Thank you.
Thank you. No, we don't do that. Anyone else? Okay. Several of you have had your names used. Is there any comments from, from Rich?
I have an office. He knows where he can come.
Okay. Moving on. We'll move on to number 18 on the agenda. Discussion, approval, or disapproval of dispatcher step plan, pay structure, and salary assignment to the Pinal County Sheriff's Office, PCSO. I believe Mary Ellen is doing the presentation.
Mr. Chairman, Board of Supervisors, Pinal County, I'm sorry, I just wanted to make sure because my mom raised me to let ladies go first, but they want me to go first.
It does have her as the presenter. So.
Yes, sir. That being said, Supervisors, I thank you so much for hearing this issue today. I really thank the County Manager's Office for the attention that he gave to this, and Mary Ellen even called in when she was in sabbatical out of country to look at this issue. There are 3 Ds of public safety that make the Pinal County Sheriff's Office a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week, 365-day operation. Bless you. And those 3 Ds are deputies, dispatchers, and detention officers. The dispatchers are vitally important. I have 22 dispatchers slotted to my agency. We almost got below 50% staffing. What really brought this to a head is the fact that I had 2 different dispatchers that tearfully entered their resignation saying that they could make more money going to another municipality in this county and make $12,000 more a year. And they were both single moms, and that means a lot. But because of the diligence and the amazing work that the county manager did, both of those rescinded ours. And if you want any better example of why this is so vitally important, I would tell you that I checked with HR just before I came here. The last 2 times we tested for emergency dispatchers, the most recent one, we had 3 people confirm that they were going to show up for the testing. 1 showed up and didn't pass the basic typing test. The time previous to that, we had no one confirmed to show up for their testing. Since this new grade adjustment has been made and the new starting pay has started, this next testing, we already have 20 individuals, many of them local here from the Coolidge area, because it's a great job and it's a great career. Dispatchers is a job that I can't do. I can tell you I've sat on the stack and I can't operate 3 mice and 6 screens at the same time. So God bless them for the job, and God bless the county for supporting them in this. Thank you.
Okay.
Do you have any questions, Mr. Chairman?
Any questions of the sheriff? No, I don't believe so.
All right, sir. Thank you.
Mary Ellen, did you want to add anything to this presentation?
Chairman Miller, members of the board, I brought with me today Kim Verdugo. She is our class and compensation manager, and she's just going to give you a very brief overview of the market study that was completed for purposes of changing the grades and how that was applied to the step plan matrix that you're being asked to approve. Kim?
Good afternoon, Chairman Miller, members of the board. Kim Verdugo, classification compensation manager. A market study was conducted utilizing data gathered from our comparator and competitive agencies, with a primary focus on our comparator agencies due to the critical recruitment and retention issues faced by PCSO. Based upon the study, new salary ranges for the emergency dispatcher job classifications were established, and the initial salary placements applied consistent with policy 4.20. These updated salary ranges for the emergency dispatch job classifications were then used as the foundation of the dispatcher step plan matrix you are being asked to approve today. The dispatcher matrix is consistent with the strategy applied in both sworn and the detention step plans. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have on the market studies.
Any questions? Kimberly? No, I know that it's a moving target, and we have to stay abreast of it. And thank you, HR, for seeking out this information so we can be competitive in the future. Any questions or comments? Not hearing or seeing any. Board's pleasure.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve item number 18 as presented.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? I have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. Thank you. Brings us to item number 19.
Chairman, I'm sorry. That actual motion should have included giving the county manager the authority to execute.
Oh, okay. I see it now. Thank you. I'm sorry. Rescind that, and let's try that motion one more time.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve item number 18 as presented, authorizing our county manager to execute all necessary documents.
Second. Motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. Thank you. Item number 19, approve or disapprove to submit public comment to the draft of the 2025 election procedure manual.
Chairman Miller, Vice Chair McClure, members of the board, Dana Lewis, Pinal County Recorder. Under ARS 16452, the Elections Procedure Manual has the rule of law. We last year went through litigation with the Secretary of State's office in regards to provisions in the EPM that put us in a situation utilizing items like the AVD, assistive voting device, in regards to the overreach, with it being then utilized as a piece of equipment that could take us from a precinct-based voting set up in Pinal County to turning us into vote centers. The current EPM is out for public comment. That provision is back in the EPM, and after coming out of the litigation with that, it was advised to us that if we saw it again, we needed to bring it forward again. We also reached out to the previous Snell & Wilmer attorneys because there's additional provisions in the EPM that we feel are not aligned with the Arizona revised statutes. And if we don't bring it forth now, it will implicate issues with the AVDs, precinct-based voting, just even how we do ballot layout. Wanting to make sure that even though comments have been submitted to the Arizona Secretary of State's office from our team, in the event that they don't make it to the final provision that is presented by October 1st to the Attorney General's office and the Governor's office, that our piece was heard.
Okay. So this is requires a motion and a second. It also has a provision in here if there's legal questions that we could contact the outside counsel. Is there a need for that?
I don't think so.
I don't see any reason to. Ms. Lewis? Good. So, board's pleasure.
Mr. Chair, I move we approve item 19 as presented.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
A motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Item number 20. This will require a unanimous vote. I may do it in a roll call just to make sure it's clear.
Good afternoon, Chairman Miller, Vice Chair McClure, Board of Supervisors, Joe Ortiz, Development Services Managing Director. I'm here to present item 20. Item 20 is a proposed sale of real property in the city of Coolidge, as Supervisor Vitiello mentioned earlier. This is a purchase agreement between Pinal County as a seller and the city of Coolidge as a buyer for the purchase of parcel numbers 20505-119 and 20505-120. This is also known as 392 South Main Street in Coolidge, Arizona, within Supervisory District Number 1, which is also known as the Haydu Building. As you mentioned, this action does require unanimous decision, and there is no public hearing involved either. Willing to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions, Mr. Ortiz? Hearing none, may I get a motion?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to approve item 20 as read, and I'll say a word after it. So,
do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. Let's do a roll call so we're concerned, so we absolutely know that it's.
Yes, Chairman. Supervisor Vitiello?
Aye. Yes.
Supervisor Goodman?
Yes.
Supervisor Surtee?
Aye.
Vice Chairman McClure?
Aye.
And Chairman Miller?
Aye.
That motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Did you want to say something, Rich?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that, this is really going to help the city of Coolidge out. They have a serious issue with their courthouse. It's moldy, it's leaking, it's just not working. And to work with them and able to make this purchase happen, I want to thank the staff and I want to thank everybody who is involved with this, because we are helping out a city that needs help with a courthouse, and I was honored to able to come up with this and work with the team to get everything signed, sealed, and delivered. And as I said earlier, that they approved it, the sale of it on Monday. And I want to thank everybody who was involved with this. Thank you for approving this and working with them to make this happen. And we'll make the city of Coolidge a very happy place to go to court if you have to go there. So thank you.
Thank you. Brings us to item number 21. 21 and 22 will be heard together. There's a public hearing component to both of them. We'll have staff present first.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board. Patrick Zay Roberts, Senior Planner, presenting a case PZ00524 and PZPD 00324. This is a request from CVL Consultants and Rose Law Group on behalf of the applicant Rio Blanco LLC, requesting approval of a rezoning from GR, General Rural, Local Business CB1, Single Residence CR3, all to Single Residence R7 and General Commercial C3 on a total of 597.04 acres to develop a residential subdivision of approximately 2,089 lots located on portions of sections 30 and 31 of Township 5 South, 3 East. All these are generally located now northwest and southwest of the corners of West Hill Road and North Amarillo Valley Road. The second case in this one, item number 22, is case PZPD 0324 from the same applicant and ownership, requesting a PAD overlay for amended development standards for the R7 PAD and C3 PAD standards. This is a county map showing the location of the property, southwest of Maricopa, and a zoning map showing the existing layouts of the properties in question. There is an existing PAD on the north portion, north of Teal Road, that this project will be seeking to amend. The south portion of the property has existed as a dairy. This is a vicinity map showing the surrounding zoning from neighboring properties. And an aerial map showing the surrounding context. The property is located amongst other farmland properties with a residential subdivision to the northeast. And northwest, excuse me. This property is designated moderate low density residential per the 2019 Pinal County Comprehensive Plan, which allows residential densities of 1 to 3.5 dwelling units per acre. This is an image looking north from the east side of the property, south from the same location, east and west. And this is some images of some of the notification signs we've placed out there to help identify the project for neighbors. So the property was previously approved for CR3 residential zoning with a 15-acre CB2 commercial zoning area per the original Rio Blanco PAD PZPD 0705. The property's approved zoning allowed for 917 residential lots on 277.2 acres. That was on the north portion of the property of the proposed zoning, north of Teal Road. The 300 acres south of Teal Road have been platted since 1995 and possesses agricultural land status and operated by the ownership as a dairy. This is an image of the site plan that the applicant has provided for staff. And some amenity features that are proposed with the residential development, identifying layouts of community parks and pocket parks, and some of the residential amenities that those could feature as this project could progress to the tentative plat phase. This is a graph that's been provided to identify some of the land use uses that are being proposed on the site. The land use table identifies that the property adheres to MLDR standards, proposes the number of acres for development, number of total lots, and the proposed density at 3.50 with the current projections. The property also would adhere to the 107.47 acres density, which meets the 18% minimum required by the county. On the right, you can see the land use layout for phasing. Approximately 511 lots in phase 1, 527 lots in phase 2, 535 lots in phase 3, and 516 lots in phase 4. This is a table showing the proposed changes to development standards. Base provisions for the R7 standards allow for minimum lot sizes of 7,000 square feet. The proposal per the PAD narrative received would propose 4,600 square foot lots as a minimum for proposals. Minimum lot widths of 40 feet, typically 50 feet, with some variation and scaling provided by the applicant. I believe I have that in a following slide. Consequently, there would also be some required setback changes for front setbacks for 20 feet to 20 foot and 10 feet. That is for subnote 2 there, which says 20 feet to the face of the garage and from the back of the sidewalk, and 10 foot to the face of the residence or to the side access garage from a property line, and then minimum side setbacks of 5 feet and rear setbacks of 15 feet amended. The table on the right identifies allowed uses as described by the PAD and uses that would not be permitted under this R7 uses. Generally, these are consistent with the R7 standards as provided in the code. This is some proposed standards for the C3 commercial. These would adhere largely to the code standards as provided. So some items for board consideration. The submitted application for this land use request are for approval of a rezoning and PAD overlay. If the applications are approved, the subject property will be rezoned to R7 PAD and C3 PAD and allow the development of the residential community on 597.03 acres of land. The project exceeds the minimum open space requirements for passive and usable open space, and the project meets net density limits established by the Pinal County Comprehensive Plan for MLDR designations as presented. Staff had initially identified some concerns that still have some need to be addressed, specifically regarding the proposed lot widths that were identified and options to provide some lower densities for market diversity in this area, alongside a concern regarding the proposed development for Lewis Johnson Drive and Amarillo Valley Drive, which were initially omitted from the proposal. At this time, staff has actually received 186 letters of opposition and 9 letters of support. The letters of opposition discuss the following topics: increased density, loss of rural character, water resource scarcity, aquifer integrity, incompatibility with the comprehensive plan, long waits between rezones and build-out, inadequate rural roads and infrastructure, lack of public transit, poor sheriff's office response times, poor fire protection coverage, overcrowding of schools, HOA prohibition of amenity use, losses of property values, increased population, wildlife impacts, increased traffic congestion, a disregard for winter visitors, significant reduction of minimum lot sizes, preference to retain GR zoning for the property, inconsistencies with Arizona's Game and Fish report, and lengthy build-out dates spanning into 2040. The support letters were largely consistent as far as their topics. Ultimately, support for the landowner and consideration of this project is thoughtful growth, and lack of need for a comprehensive plan amendment for this project, and that this enhances on the prior PAD development. At the May 15th public hearing, the Planning and Zoning Commission made the following recommendations. For the rezoning case, PZO 524, a recommendation to deny was issued 7-1. And for PZPD 0324, the PAD case, a recommendation to deny was passed 7-1. Staff offers this case with for PZO 524 with 1 stipulation and PZPD 0324 with 15 stipulations. At this point, does the board have any questions of staff?
Just clarity, it appears half of this is already zoned for a subdivision. It currently has entitlements on it.
Correct. The 2005 case allowed for...
2005.
Yes.
That was the next question. What's the date on that? Okay.
Yes, it allowed for 917 residential units on 277 acres for the north portion. The south portion, the GR portion, has been a dairy since 1995.
Yeah. The other half doesn't have entitlements. Okay.
And then...
Go ahead. Ask a question.
Yeah, the north portion is up near the homes already in existence, right?
None of this development portion, Blanco. Oh, excuse me. In the northeast corner and the northwest corner, adjacent from the property, there are some existing subdivisions. Yes.
And to the south piece, this is the second case. What is that one?
So
there's nothing. It's all farmland around it.
Around the dairy. Property south there is farmland. There is a piece of BLM land to the northwest and southwest of the sides of the properties.
Okay. Any other questions for staff? Presenter, okay, client here to present.
Chairman Miller, Vice Chair, members of the board, for your records, I'm Jordan Rose with Rose Law Group, and thank you for hearing us today. With me today is Julie Vermillion from CVL, the engineer, and Sarah Simpson, the traffic engineer. Jennifer Hall, who's been a planner with my office for a couple of decades, and then most importantly, the owners of the property, Arnaldo Burgos and his daughter, Rosemary. They have owned this property since 1995, and Arnaldo and I have been working together with his daughter, who was a lot younger then, since 2005. They were both younger then, and I guess I was too, sorry. He's like the American dream story of a guy who immigrated here from Honduras and studied to be a dairy nutritionist and came here and has helped this Arizona dairy industry achieve success with innovative ways to feed the cows and make sure they thrive in the desert. So then he came here to actually dairy himself and was dairying for a long time until 2005 when we started working on a rezoning, as you mentioned, of the north part. So I'm just going to go through this and then hopefully it'll work. Okay, great. So I think this is wildly important. This is the full site you can see here. And the comprehensive plan designates this for growth. And this is your comprehensive plan, and these are words from your comprehensive plan. And it's not a new thing. It's something that happened in 2009. And then every 10 years, the Board of Supervisors reconsiders comprehensive plan. And it happened again in 2019. And so this is located in the West Pinal growth area. And when you designated this as that, and right before that, there was a lot of infrastructure put in, and global utilities, for example, came in and decided to serve this area. And this area became the place for master plan communities because it's a great transportation to Coolidge and to Casa Grande to Maricopa to Tucson even. And so it says the purpose of the Pinal County growth area element is to define areas where development will be encouraged to occur and develop over the next decade. And then it goes on to say growth is anticipated in this area due to major transportation assets. Employment areas will significantly add to the job base in Pinal County. So I just wanted to make sure we're all clear. This has been in place for a long time, and it's not hard to find. It's on your maps. It's been on, line. And I know there's neighbors here who may say, "Oh, I didn't know that," but I think that any exploration would show that, in fact, this has been that way for a very long time. And so this site has been planned. The north part of it, we took in a rezoning. Now, we only took the north part because Arnaldo and his family wanted to keep the dairy on the south part in 2005. So we took the north part, but we said to Arnaldo, look, the comprehensive plan shows it as a master plan community. So when you're ready to stop dairying, it will be consistent. Look at all the yellow. That's all the area in this area that the county has designated for over 20 years as a master plan community area. And so there's areas that are pockets for rural communities, and like Thunderbird Farms is up in the white that's up in the northwest there. But this area is not designated like that. And so the comp plan was a robust discussion. I'm sure there's a lot of people sitting back here who's been in it. I know you guys were in it. But this is from your comprehensive plan on page 12. Nearly 2,000 people participated in it, 46 events, 100 people working on specific groups and various aspects. And it was very well thought out. And it was well thought out both times that it was thought about. And so Rio Blanco really respects the dairy heritage. And that's the name, flowing milk, the white flowing river. They named it specifically because they're so, respectful of their dairy heritage, which is their family, which is what they're about, which was what this area is about. So you can see here in the crosshatch, those are all the master plan communities that are already approved. Those are zoned. Those aren't just comprehensive plan. Those are zoned. Here they are. You recognize the names of these. And there's been a lot of infrastructure, water, sewer, and planning for roadways in this community that makes sense. In fact, if you look at this would be a sore thumb in a sea of master plan communities where the county has said for over 20 years, expect that this will be a master plan community. And so this would be a sore thumb in the middle of that. Plus, we need to rely on what the county's plans say. And so this other master plan communities that have been approved around here, I've just put how many units, and that's why you have transportation plans that serve those types of units. And you can see our property on the north has been approved for 917 units. And so I'll show you the transportation. It's not a rural area in this particular area. The area of Thunderbird Farms will stay rural. There's no plans for these people. There would be no reason for them to drive out of this site and go traverse through the Thunderbird Farms neighborhood. That doesn't make any sense. They wouldn't be going anywhere. But there's a parkway, the Val Vista, on the north. There's a principal arterial on the south, and then there's the 347 and the I-11 freeway into the future. And you can see there's all sorts of other roadways that your county engineering staff, this is the county map of where those are planned. So I want to talk a little bit about what's been approved. And I know there may be a couple neighbors in the ranches. The ranches is in the little pocket there that where it says Legend, that there's some homes there right now. And so right now, today, those lots they're smaller lots than what we're proposing, what we want to propose today. They're two-story homes, and they can be built if they're a side yard 15 feet from the ranches, or 25 feet if it's a backyard setback, depending on how they're oriented. So they're very close. There's no buffer. There's nothing. It's just right up to the property line. And this is approved right now. It could be built today. I mean, going through the rest of the processes of assurances, but at 3.5 units per acre with 15% open space. Okay, so it's a higher density than what I'm going to propose that you approve today. So in 2006. Already approved Rio Blanco, and now we're proposing this new addition to the south. And so when we came in with this new addition, Rosemary and Arnaldo and their family decided, well, let's update the northern part to match with the southern part. We talked about different things that needed to happen. And then after Planning Commission, where we heard neighbors, we heard planning commissioners, we listened to the community, and we wanted to propose some changes. So first change would be on the south side there. You see the ranches, the closest neighbors. Most of your neighbor opposition is from Thunderbird Farms, which is about a quarter mile this way. And then from the south part that's not zoned, it's at least a half a mile to a mile away, I guess. But the ranches are right there to the north of that area that I circled in red. And we're going to propose that those are half-acre lots, okay? We also want to propose, and this is, again, listening to the Planning Commission, listening to the neighbors, we want to remove all the 40-foot wide lots entirely from the entire project. We want to add 55-foot wide lots, which is the largest lots in the master plan. And we want to restrict these lots that are next to the ranches to be one-story homes, which is not what's happening right now. Again, this could be built, and this will be better than, from an impact perspective, than what could be built today. So we have the total lots with what we're proposing, and we'll propose some stipulations you might consider if you make a motion to approve. The total lots would be reduced from today, the proposal, 2,089 lots to 1,970 lots. And the whole density overall reduced from 3.5 to 3.3. Okay? The other thing we've added in the proposal that was at the Planning Commission, too, is 15 acres of commercial. We heard the supervisor, we heard neighbors, we've heard lots of comments about medical services down in that area. So part of our 15 acres of commercial, medical complex, part of it gas station, drive-through restaurant, and some light retail. This is not, the corner of Main and Main from a transportation standpoint. So 15 acres is, I think, the right, or we think is the right amount of retail in that location. And then we'd like to offer to the public an equestrian trail that would be built around the property. It's maintained by, it's a 12-foot unpaved equestrian trail with some rainwater troughs, so hopefully last night we got rain, so for horses. And this would be maintained by the Homeowners Association, but it would be open to the public and hopefully open to our neighbors who have an equestrian lifestyle. And so this is, again, I wanted to show you the map, and you can see the neighbors are not close to the new site. So today we are looking at improving what has already been approved and could be built and making it lower density and one story on the perimeter next to these ranchettes. And then the new site is not really anywhere near where the Thunderbird Farms is. And certainly nobody's driving over there to have an impact. So these are the ranches. I just wanted to show you that. And they're right next to this. So the other thing we are going to do, and this is shown in the plan, if you approved it as it was proposed to the Planning Commission, we have 115 feet of open space between us and the buffer and the half acre, and that's on the on the west side. And so the ranchettes would be 115 feet from the first home, which would be single story. And then on the south side, we would have 50 feet before you get to the half acre lot. So these are really very far away. And I hope our the ranch's neighbors can see that as an improvement in their lifestyle from what they have today, which is approved. So there's no neighbors within a half mile of the new site. So the request would be either approve it as it was forwarded to you, or if you would like to make some improvements and adjustments that have been listening to neighbors and trying to be responsive, you would potentially stipulate us to remove all 40-foot wide lots, replace all 40-foot wide lots with 55-foot wide lots in parcels 1 and 4, which is where they exist. And then lots adjacent to the ranches on the south would be restricted to half acre. And lots adjacent to the ranches would be limited to single-story homes. Again, we would be happy if you want. We're going to do these things in any case, but we'd be more than happy if you stipulate this. And the final stipulation would be to include the equestrian trail. And we would be happy if you wanted to do that. I wanted to also say one more thing on the neighbors. There's been a lot of vitriol online about this being a 7-unit per acre development. That is all over the place. It's even last night. That is just not the case. This has never been that. The confusing part, so I understand it to some extent, is that your new zoning category says R7. And so I think people think, oh my gosh, that's 7,000 foot, or whatever, 7 to the acre. It's just not. It's 3.5. So this is something I just wanted to be clear. And I'll save my time for after any kind of public comment. And thank you so much.
Any questions right off the chute?
I'd rather hear the comments and then
okay. Everybody good? Okay, we have a stack of them. Try and not repeat each other's stuff. Don't need to use all 3 minutes. So, Robin Davis.
Chairman, if we may, just for the record, if we can open the public hearing.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm opening the public hearing.
Thank you. Chair, Supervisors, my name is Robin Davis, and I live in Hidden Valley. I would be traveling down Lewis Johnson, Amarillo Valley to get to my home every day, and this kind of development does not fit in our neighborhood. So I'm opposed to any rezoning in the Rio Blanco development. This is not the type of development that fits our neighborhood. We don't care about their master plan communities. We want it left, the portion of it left general rural, 1 home to 1.25 acres. So when do the rights of the people who already live there get taken into consideration? When a development this long in the making comes out there and forces change on our way of life. Here we are again, fighting for our lifestyle against the developers who don't care 1 iota about the rural people that live there. We understand that a portion of the land is already zoned for 3 to 5 homes per acre. We accept that. What we don't want changed is the general rural to a medium or high density. Enough is enough. We have to stop this out-of-control development and make a better plan for this area. It is okay to say no while we figure out what does and does not work out there. Our water and our infrastructure cannot handle it. All the homes coming to the Hidden Valley area, and I don't care how long this has been a master plan community, the water situation has changed in Arizona. Wells being drilled deeper, lawsuits against ADWR for 28,000 homes that threaten the San Pedro River in southeast Arizona, and Arizona is set to lose more Colorado River water in 2026. This is a desert. Water is an issue, no matter what anybody says. Now, there's a reason why, I think there's a reason why Rose Law and CVL have pushed this through in August. We have a lot of winter visitors that are homeowners out there that cannot be there, that would object to this. Because these people come during the winter, they own their homes, they pump billions into the economy, and they want their rural area left rural, but they can't be here to say it. So please understand, we are not against development. We are working to get the right development that fits our area. We are pushing back because it is time that lawyers and greedy developers stop taking advantage of the rural residents of Pinal County. We are not trailer trash and we're not stupid. We must protect our rural Pinal County areas or they will be lost forever. Thank you.
Robert Michelson. Can I say Bob? I've known you a long time, Bobby.
Mr. Chairman and Board of Supervisors, I'm here in support of the Rio Blanco project and pad. It's in line with the county's plan. Go through a couple of things. It's in line with the county's plan. The Rio Blanco North was already approved over 15 years ago, right? Everything that has neighbors was approved. So, but I'm going to speak to just as much as what it is, who it is just as important, right? And that's how I am, because I've been a resident of Pinal County my entire life. My family moved here in 1955, and we've been part of the community for a long time, just like the Burgos family. Burgos family has invested in our communities for decades, into the agriculture, into the youth. Everywhere you turn around, they've made an imprint on the communities in Pinal County. So they've sat there and they've listened to those who oppose what they've graciously modified. They don't have to modify. They're saying, you know what, we hear you, and we're listening. Let's make this a little more palpable for you, right? Because here's the reality: growth is coming. There are 15 master plan communities right there, and you can say, well, that's up here. Doesn't matter. It's everywhere. So they have graciously, they're ready to modify this to accommodate those current residents who have opposing views. So I think that grace is a testament to who the Burgos family is and what they stand for. They stand for this community. They stand for the communities of Pinal County. They stand for the people. So again, there's so many reasons why it should be approved. It's in line with the vision. It's in line with the plan. But at the end of the day, for me personally, these are the types of partners that I want our county to be involved with, because guess what? They've invested decades upon decades upon decades into this community. And even though making these changes to their current plan will be a financial burden for them, they're still willing to do it to bring something that the residents could be more appreciative of. So thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. I think it's Richard, is it Greaves? Sorry if you give us the correct enunciation of your name.
Greaves.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Board of Supervisors. I'm here to support the Rio Blanco amendment. I'm a long-time resident of Pinal County. I came here in 1997 to be a dairy farmer, and I've stayed here ever since. Right now, I live in Casa Grande, but for a long time, I lived in the Stanfield area, so I'm very familiar with this particular area and this area. One of the things that I realized when I first moved here was that how underutilized 347 was. I couldn't understand why such a large infrastructure project had been built so long ago. It made it very easy for me to go to Phoenix when I wanted to, but other than Maricopa and the Action Casino, I couldn't see why such a large project was there. But the development of Maricopa from a small, I don't like to say one-horse town with just a Circle K and a gas station and a feed store to what it is today, I can't believe how far that has come. And now the same is happening to Casa Grande. The city itself is growing tremendously, and industry is coming with that. It seems to me that 347 corridor, particularly the south between Highway 84 and the Maricopa, is an area that is a prime area for future development. And I think that the plan that is being put forward will help in that. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen Monaqui? Give us your proper enunciation. Thank you. We got Karen right.
Yeah, Karen Monarch.
Monarch?
Monarch.
Okay, thank you.
I'm a resident from Maricopa. I've lived there since 2004. I've seen a lot of development over the years, some good, some bad. But I'm here today because I want to bring up something that I'm in favor of the development that people have not brought up. I've been seeing everything growing all in the north end, causing a lot of problems, a lot of congestion, a lot of traffic. And as long as I've been there, we've been hearing about the development that's supposed to come on the southern end and going out towards Casa Grande, keeping the money in Pinal County and routing people in a different directions so they're not driving up through traffic up into Phoenix. But it's not happening. Everything seems to stall. I've seen all these things getting approved. It just seems to wait. People change. They change plans. They change zoning. But this has all been done. This has all been approved. And I think it would be a great thing for the whole town, the county, to try to get some of the development down in the lower sections, some businesses, employment. It's happening anyway. Why not approve what or build what's already approved and make things work? I know they're willing to change things and willing to make arrangements so that this works out nicely. And I just think it would be a great thing. And I wish people would take a look at that and understand that. Thank you.
Thank you. Dave Anthony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Board. My name is Dave Anthony. I'm a resident of Maricopa, and I am in favor of the Rio Blanco Dairy. I'm here to say that this has been planned. This has been planned since 2009. The Burgos family has owned the property for many decades and has always planned for this. As communities expand, more housing is needed to accommodate individuals and families. This is not like some area in Pinal County. It is beautiful and, It is beautiful and would support building half-acre lots, affordable, mid-range, and luxury homes. There is framework in place. Global Waters are positioned to allow homes that will house workers that need in order to continue development. Development creates employment, residents support local businesses, public services generates sustained economy growth. New homes generate revenue for local government, which can fund schools, emergency services, parks, and more. By allowing the zoning change, the actual neighbors who are close to the site at the ranches will be adjacent to one-story homes, setbacks 50 feet to 115 feet. Where now homes, two-story homes right now against them are already approved. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jess Hardy.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Board. My name is Jesse Hardy. I've been a homeowner in Maricopa, and I'm here speaking in favor of the Rio Blanco pad. I feel the project is well suited for the area, particularly because it already aligns with the county's comprehensive plan and does not require any amendments. Additionally, the area has been planned for this use since 2009, and the site is already surrounded by other approved PADs and state land, making this proposal a logical and compatible addition to the surrounding development pattern. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Sonia Loveland.
Good morning. Sonia Loveland from Hidden Valley North. I just want to let you know that I'm opposed to this. You have read, I'm sure, all the emails. You saw the report that was put together by your staff. I'm sure you've heard all the good things that we don't like about this, the water, the everything. I just implore you not to approve this. Help keep the rural area intact. The characteristic of our rural world is going away. I don't think that's the direction Pinal County wants to make. I really would appreciate if you would not let this one pass. Thank you.
Thank you. Is it Rosemary, is it Berger? B-U-R-G, I think.
B-U-R-G-O-S, Rosemary Burgos.
Burgos.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Rosemary Burgos, part owner of Rio Blanco and daughter of the majority owners, Arnaldo and Rosa Maria Burgos. This property has been part of Pinal County's vision for more than 2 decades. In 2006 and 2009, a pad for this area was approved as part of the master plan community, consistent with the comprehensive plan. We've relied on that plan and followed every rule along the way. Let me share why this land matters to us. My father, Arnaldo, came to this country from Honduras with nothing. No safety net, no guarantees, just a belief that if you worked hard and sacrificed, you can build a better life. As a child, he often had to choose between eating or saving to spend on other items he or his family needed because he had to believe in a better future. For 20 years in the U.S., he worked tirelessly, saving every dollar he could, and in 1995, he achieved what seemed impossible. He bought this land. It wasn't about speculation. It was about creating something that contributed to this county and fulfilled the American dream. That dream still brings families to Pinal County today, the chance to own a home and to build a future. I want to thank Supervisor Vitello for hosting the meeting with the residents. We listened and we made adjustments for the north side, but some requests, like removing the approved pad and rezoning to 1.5-acre lots and moving the 3.5 units per acre down to the south, weren't reasonable under the existing plan. That's what our request is about. We're not asking for more density. We're asking for less based on a major comprehensive plan and our original approvals. Today, the property could have smaller lots and two-story homes tomorrow. Instead, we're proposing something better for the north than what's required. Unfortunately, there's been misinformation, personal attacks, and even lies about my family. But the truth is, our plan offers lower density, more open space, and a better design than what's currently allowed. Our proposal reflects the priorities of this board that you guys have championed: supporting infrastructure, responding to community input, promoting responsible growth, and respecting property rights. The alternative, if this amendment is not approved, is hundreds of one-acre lots with individual wells and septic tanks, creating sprawl, increasing risk of groundwater contamination or issues, and driving up costs for roads and emergency services. That outcome goes against everything this board has worked to prevent through the comprehensive plan. Approving this amendment isn't just about zoning. It's about fairness, integrity, and keeping the American dream alive for families today, just as it brought my father here. Please support this amendment and help build the future where Pinal County thrives for generations to come. Thank you again for your time, your consideration, and your service to this county. We respectfully request your support in approving this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Ann Flanagan. Mary Eileen.
I am Mary Eileen Flanagan, and I live near Ralston and Barnes, about 1.5 miles from the proposed southwest corner of Rio Blanco. I vehemently oppose the development for myriad reasons, but wish to use my 3 minutes to discuss the comprehensive plan. First, despite the slide that said we voted on, that Pinal counters voted on it, we did not. I voted in every election since 1996, and never has the comprehensive plan been on the ballot. Luckily, the comprehensive plan is not a law, just a suggestion. Since we are stuck with whatever the currently hired consulting firm decides is the future of our county and the property we own here. I'm speaking from experience. I served on a comprehensive plan committee in the early 2000s, and it was nothing but a dog and pony show. Have you ever received those predetermined questionnaires in the mail from political think tanks where the questions are so slanted and biased that there is only one correct answer? Each meeting was just like that. We started with an activity that led to a predetermined outcome, and each meeting then checked off a box for some area of the county. When we got to the western section of Pinal County, where I live, I noticed that the area was marked industrial. This has since changed to medium-density homes. I saw that Ralston Road, which dead ends in each direction at a mountain, was marked as a thoroughfare. I immediately pointed out that this area of the county was 3.3-acre parcels of rural homes, not an industrial area, and that Ralston is not and likely never will be a thoroughfare. The group's leader firmly informed me that this was Maricopa's vision for the area, not current reality. When I persisted, I was ordered to drop the entire discussion. Frankly, since the voters of Pinal County have never voted on, nor for the most part even seen the comprehensive plan, it probably should neither be closely followed nor seriously considered. Fortunately, current statutes direct equal consideration for rural property owner rights and environments. I hope that this board will remember that our former county attorney stated unequivocally that the comprehensive plan is merely a guideline. As stated when it is used on a computer, it is not fact and it is not a law. It is a potential guide and nothing else. Please do not approve Rio Blanco, and please do not let the comprehensive plan become unmovable.
Ken Lepper.
Thank you for your time. First of all, I want to say we oppose completely any rezoning of the general rural property. In regards to the current approved PAD from 2009, is that what I heard? For over 2 decades? We brought this flaw up before. In the statute, the Board of Supervisors can, in fact, if no one develops the land, change the zoning back to what it was before and invalidate that particular pad. That's not being done because it says may, not will. That's a flaw. There's been a talk about, and it wasn't brought up this time, of 40,000 new homes are already approved and planned in our area. And we just want to add more. We don't want them. The applicant's property rights can't be ascendant. Everyone's is equal, and we've had problems with rural rights being ignored. As far as we can see, the application violates the planning and development statutes. And if memory serves, I'm not sure, and I hope that Ms. Rose will answer this question, I'm not sure that the layout that they offered this time with changes is the document that was turned down by planning and zoning. I'm not sure how that works procedurally, but I think that your guys, you can make recommendations, but I don't think they can come with a different document. And if I'm wrong, I apologize. We've already got high-density projects right there on our roads a quarter mile north of what they want to do. Affordable homes, I'm even going to discuss it. A recent study was released by westernwater.com that is already measuring significant land subsidence. Now, we have the same kind of studies in our area. What does that mean? We're pumping the ground out from underneath us. The water is being pumped out. We appreciate the fact that Casa Grande and Maricopa residents are in favor of this. Although I don't think it's free country, but I don't think it applies. The flaw in our system is that we don't present new plans and force them to be updated because there are a lot more people now than when this was approved. And we think there's room for more changes if we want to work together. But at this point, we are, in fact, totally opposed. I'm opposed to the development as proposed, and we'll again ask the question of whether or not what we saw today was what was turned down by P&Z, and I'll leave that up to y'all. Thank you very much.
Amy Hagdorn? Amy?
Hi, thank you for your time. I'm Amy Hagedorn, and I live in the ranches of Maricopa. And I've heard a lot today and at the Planning and Zoning meeting about the American Dream. And I purchased my house. It was my first house, and I purchased it when I was 47. It took me decades to purchase my house, and it's my dream home. A rural community, a beautiful rural community, plenty of space to ride my horse, and lots of horses around me. And to see the map and see that probably most of my American dream is going to be taken away by a road going pretty much through my property with the Bella Vista Parkway really breaks my heart to see that this development is coming so fast and so sudden. And I knew it was risky to buy on a corner, but I thought, it's going to take a long, long time before development reaches out here, right? And to see that breaks my heart. And also, one thing I want to point out is that on the Pinal County presentation, my house is still circled as part of the R7, so, and my whole street. And speaking of my whole neighborhood, our whole neighborhood is against this. Some of us are here today. Some of us couldn't make it due to work. My new neighbors, they had written letters for the previous one, and they they haven't completely moved in yet, so I haven't been able to get in touch with them. So I just want to mention that as well. And a few other points just brought up by the proponents during the last meeting too is that, they say that everyone, people want this type of living, people want these type of houses, and it's not what buyers want. Buyers are forced to buy it because that's all the developers are making, because that's all they want, because they want to have more money in their pockets. And also, another point I want to make to some of the people who were in support, because they think that more development south of Maricopa will drive traffic to Casa Grande instead, it's like, no, we all still have to go to the town of Maricopa. I live south of Maricopa, and I hardly go to Casa Grande. I go to the town of Maricopa. I use the 347, and I've always used the 347 for work, as well as most of my neighbors do as well. And and zoning, as I think Ken had mentioned too, that general rural, the R3 was voted in 2005, and I heard at the last planning and zoning meeting that should have or could expire back to general rural as well. So, and I think that's all I have, and thank you for your time.
Ty Bass? Tay Bass? Tia.
Hello, Chairman, Board of Supervisors. It's Tia Bass, just correcting pronunciation. I live in the Ranches of Maricopa. I actually, personally, my property does actively border this community, so I'm on one of the outlying edges of the community. And one thing I do want to highlight, the graph that you saw, this is the first time the public has seen this. It was not at planning and zoning. We've had no time to review these changes. This was not made publicly known to any of us, any of these changes. So reverting back to the document that was presented to planning and zoning and with their original application, despite what they're showing, using easements and drainage ditches and things to stretch out their average, trying to say that this is going to be 3.5 homes per acre, according to their plotting, even with these changes, they're going to put 7 homes on my back pasture fence line. So across a 1 acre, because I have a 2 acre lot, across my 1 acre, I'm going to have 7 homes 5 feet apart. I have beautiful mountain views. My children play in these pastures. We have an HOA community of 20 homes, livestock forward, very livestock friendly. I searched all over the valley, all the way down to Tucson, Gold Canyon, Chandler, Queen Creek, searching for my property, and I selected this for its community and actually for its HOA and its water laws to support the water, because we had our community well at the time, based on its water and its livestock to support my lifestyle. I raise chickens to feed my family. I keep a flock of about 50 chickens. I have roosters. They crow at 3 a.m. I don't think having an HOA neighborhood 5 feet off my back fence line is going to be very conducive. We've tried to work with the landowners, Rose Law. We've reached out to them, asking for transition zone. We understand growth's going to happen. We are not objecting. You will not hear an objection from the community about the commercial. We want commercial. We want growth, but we want smart growth. Growth that honors the rural community, but makes good neighbors is what we're asking for, and a better transition area. That's why we didn't ask for the whole development or anything like that to be 1.25 acres. We're asking for a transition zone from the existing neighborhood residents who have been there for over 30 years. Our neighborhood has been established for over 30 years. So we're asking that to be in consideration. Our HOA board has written in opposition, and we're asking for it to be, they do have the R3 and we understand that, but the southern half is general rule, and we've asked them to work with us and understand they are asking for higher density. I know they mentioned something about how this is somehow lower density. Going from R3 to R7 is increasing density, and they're asking for even smaller lot sizes than even the R7 recommends. So this is far from, even that zoning. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Christopher Kaufman. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. But is opposition of the... That's all the cards I have. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak? Okay. Jordan, you want to address any of those questions?
Yes, Chair and members of the board. Just a couple things to address. I think first, thank you to the neighbors for being here. We did listen to you, both the Burgoses in your conversation with the supervisor, and we made those changes. Can I pop my presentation back? Oh, thank you so much, Natasha. And we made those changes. I think Tia, who has a home that she bought in 2023 that borders our property, talked about what was going to be, what was going to be built next to her home. And I just want to show you right now. Okay, so currently there may very well be approved 7 homes next to her home. But what we're proposing, and if you stipulate that we can only have half-acre lots next to her home, then she will have 1 home that will be 1 story next to her home, and it will be set back 50 feet. I also wanted to mention the ranchettes were not here when the Burgoses built their farm. They did not get here until later. So the Burgoses have been here for 30 years, but those ranchettes were not. But in 2023, this plan was certainly approved. If we stipulate to that 1-story home on half-acre lots, that could be very helpful for them. I also just wanted to take a little bit of issue with the conversation talking about greedy developers who don't care, and I think it's quite obvious, but I just wanted to say publicly these folks do not fit that mold. They've been active in Pinal County in every way, supporting youth programs and farm things and all sorts of family stuff for 30-plus years. And so the changes, I wanted to show you one other thing, and then I'll just stop. But most of the folks who spoke do live in that area that is rural, but you can see this area is not rural. And I understand and I heard that they plan to oppose any general rural zoning changes. And I understand that. But this particular site that we're talking about today is not in a rural area. And it wasn't in a rural area probably when they bought the house either, if they looked at the plans that have been approved, because these zoning changes all were made in the 2005 to 2008 timeframe. And so this has been on the maps. And if due diligence was done or if their realtors were talking to them, they would have known that this area is, in fact, for growth. And that's why Global Utilities invested so much in this area. And we talk about water, and this is one of the only areas in Pinal County or in Maricopa County that right now, because of our water laws, that can be built on with single-family residential homes, because this area is served by a utility. And that's important, and that's what we need for workers so we can attract the jobs that we want to see here in the county. And so finally, I'll just leave with, well, maybe I won't because I can't flip through this, any questions that you may have, and then I'll just put up the potential stipulations we'd ask that you consider to just make the project better. Again, we're happy if you want to support the case as it is. We plan to do these things anyhow, but these would be some potential stipulations, plus the one about the equestrian trail around the perimeter of the site to be maintained by the Homeowners Association. Thank you.
Could I?
Yeah, absolutely.
Could I see the picture of the way it's currently zoned, that corner piece?
Yes.
That upper piece? What does it look like? The way it currently is.
Yes.
I think you kind of.
I think I just skipped it. I'm sorry, Supervisor.
Commercial
there
on
it is.
it.
Okay.
Oh,
there is no commercial.
Okay, there
on
is some commercial. Okay.
There's commercial. Yeah.
15.
Correct.
15 acres.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I have a comment. So, Ms. Rose, they're talking about greedy developers, and I don't believe that the Burgoses are greedy developers because they're the landowners, and I get that, and they're farmers, and that's your asset is your land, but they're not the developers. So to drag them across here to say that they're not greedy, I have no problem with that, but it's the developer that can change the plan. They want to sell their land. I get that, but the developer could change. And the other one is that this plan that you're showing us is different than you presented at Planning and Zoning. Is that not correct?
Chair and Vice Chair, we we talked at Planning and Zoning about changes that could be made, and so just as we have done in the past 25 years here, we're requesting that we make these changes through stipulations. So yes, that's absolutely true, but I believe that these are things that, these are the reason we're doing this is for the neighbor community conversation.
Right, but I believe in Planning and Zoning that you were asked to continue it rather than to try to go through with it, and then you didn't want to continue it, so you just pushed through and got denied, and now you're coming to us to want to make changes.
Chair and Vice Chair, we actually we agreed we're scheduled for a Planning Commission hearing, and the day before there was some comment by neighbors saying we didn't know about this, and so will you continue it? And we looked online and we saw that 3 weeks prior they were making all sorts of comments, and there was comments about it, so they absolutely knew about it. But the Burgoses said, you know what, that's okay. We know they knew about it, but they're saying they didn't know about it. Let's just continue it. So we continued it the first time, and then then the second time when we were there, we said just vote on it because we've already done this once. So, and then what we did after that was to try to have a good faith effort is we met, and Supervisor Vitiello was very kind to host a kind of a summit of my clients and some of the neighbors to try to get together and understand each other. And so I think after that they did understand each other, except, of course, that the neighbors, as Rosemary testified, asked that this part that's already zoned be rezoned to 1.25 acre lots, and then the south part be rezoned to 3.5 acre lots. So there was no meeting of the minds on that, but the Burgoses found, well, let's try to set this back and try to make it better for these folks that own the ranchettes.
But again, the Burgoses are not the developers. They are the landowners, and I get they want to sell it. But the developer could change the plan to less density.
Chair and Vice Chair, the developer, if the home builder wants to come change the plan, they're going to be right back here, and all the folks that want to comment are going to be right back here. If it's different than this, your staff can attest to it, they can't build it. So they would have to go back and get approval. So you're absolutely right if they came back. Okay. Anybody could come back. You're right. I just won't be sitting here with them.
They got to go back through the process again.
Yeah, back through the process. Yeah.
Ms. Rose, can you go back to the one that showed all the developments that could possibly, because...
Yes, maybe. Supervisor, yes. And what we did here was we just put everything that's been approved and zoned. Yeah, if I can find it, sorry.
I got faith in you.
Mm-hmm. This is not my strong suit.
Right
really.
there.
Okay, there we go.
This is what I'm concerned about, and this is what I worry about. There's 40 to 50,000 homes, and I'm just going to mention this because we got the 347 north of the city that's going to be 3 lanes. We have 80,000 residents. We have 58,000 cars that drive out every single day. I witnessed it. I was there since 2014 out waving on 347 to my constituents during my election. Now we want to add eventually 50, 60,000 more homes on a 2-lane road that's going to hit a bridge and then go finally to 3 lanes out of Maricopa. We talk about developments people going to drive to Casa Grande. Majority of, and I've heard Mr. Goodman say it numerous times, where do they work? Maricopa County. And what I'm getting at is majority of these people are going to probably drive north for the most part. We can't handle 347 as it is today, put another 40, 50,000 homes out there, which is, I know yours is only 2,000 homes, but my point being is this is the start of a trickling problem that we have in the city of Maricopa, that if I continue to add more homes, I am never going to get people back and forth, let alone getting back to this area. I also hear people say it takes me 20 minutes to get from where they live out in Hidden Valley, Thunderbird Farms, to get over to the city to go buy groceries. Well, the first thing I'm going to say is, in defense of that, was you bought out there, and that's your issue, not mine, okay, just to be honest. But what I'm saying is start adding all these cars. This is 2,000 homes. That's 4,000 cars that we'll be adding on the road. The northern section, I have no problem with. Build away. I have no issue with it. The southern section is marked for GR, which is 1.25 acres per acre. So that's it. One house on 1.25, which would be, I'm going to guess, 200 homes probably. Then I also look at what's been selling in the market. There's been over 100 homes in Queen Creek that sold from $775,000 up to $2.2 million, from 1 acre all the way up to 2.5 acres. That's 100 homes. Now, you say, well, I'm going to be able to have a lot more homes here. We're going to sell these, and I hear the word affordability. I don't know what affordability means, because somebody can afford 200, somebody can afford 700. My point being is that we're going to take this, again, build north. I'm all for it. And I keep hearing that we voted for the southern portion, which is not a true statement. Okay, we did not vote on changing this 1.25 acres. Build 1.25 acres on the southern portion, build on the northern portion all you want, because that was approved, and I will stick by that. But I will not stick by putting another 1,000 homes on the southern portion to put over 2,000 homes, because when I look at your new plan and your old plan, they both say 2,089 houses. I'm just going by what was emailed to me. That's all I can say. So what I'm getting at, Mrs. Rose, I appreciate it. They can build on the north. There's nothing we can do about that. They know about it. I've told them that. That's just the way it is. Build all those houses. But on the southern portion, it's general rule, and I don't see why we want to change that. Let's build ranchettes and go from there. And I did make some other suggestions, putting it, no. I did make some suggestions when they came to visit me in the office, and I even emailed it to her. It wasn't a very good drawing, but to take some of the ones that you did that are half acre on this new one and come around the whole corner of that whole Maricopa Ranches and build 1.25 acres, and let me see if I can go back to them and talk to them. I got the new one in the email, and it just showed this five half-acre lots, and still on the southern portion, I got a bunch of homes. So I'm just giving you my standpoint. If I don't start worrying about what's going to head north on the 347 today, and it took 15 years to get widened, how am I going to get these people up the road in the next 10 to 20 years? And again, I'm not picking only on her problem. That's why that was the best thing I've ever seen. And I'm concerned. I'm concerned about the safety and the public safety, and the road is horrible. I get people every day complaining the accidents that happen just on Papago. They want a light there. They need a light there. It's going to happen, but it's probably going to be another few years before that happens. So I'm just looking out for my constituents, and I'm looking out for the people that understand that they bought out there 20, 30 years ago, and I just find this hard to approve on the southern portion.
Chair and Supervisor, just to make a quick response, I appreciate this, your sentiment. What I would say is that in this particular property, there won't be, if there were 1.25 acre homes built, all of that, the global utility, I mean, they would all be on septic and well sites, because it wouldn't make any financial sense to hook up, which doesn't make too much sense. Plus, the homes that you're building were in your county's engineering and transportation plan. They count on those homes and that density in the comp plan to pay for the roadway infrastructure that's going to solve that exact problem. All the roads are paid for as the building permits are applied for. And so that's how you get those improvements on the roads. So those impact fees have to be there in order to improve the roads that you're worried about, rightfully so. It's not the type of area like you cite in Queen Creek where it's up against a mountain. It's a beautiful area, and this is beautiful in its own right, don't get me wrong, but it's not an area that's going to support those multi-million-dollar homes that some places, many places in Pinal County will. But that's why the county provided this as the growth area for a master plan community. So I appreciate we're not always going to agree, and I appreciate your sentiment. But I hope that it gives you some comfort that the impact fees that have been planned here and the roadways that your county staff has planned in a really smart way will be built if this is built. So.
And I just want to comment on that. Just the ones on Papago alone, by the time that road will get widened, it'll be 2 to 3 to 4 years, if not longer. The light at Papago and 347 is $2.2 million. If the impact, based on the impact fees, it's going to take several years, probably 2 to 3 to 4 years. And then the widening of the road isn't going to pay. We have to pay. The county's going to have to pay for portions of that too. So by the time they get out to the 347, none of these developments are paying for the 347. That's impossible. You know, who's going to want to pay? Who's a mile or two into it want to pay on the 347? Some may, some will. But I'm just saying, 347. I got a $400 million project going on now to get up to 347. This is going to be, at least by the time this is going to be, it's going to be another $400 million, and I don't have overpasses to build. So I'm just looking out for the future. I can't change what anybody did 20 years ago. But what I can change, and hopefully, I don't want to say slow down, I want sensible, smart growth, sustainable growth. And, you know, I've heard comments from other people, we can't have another Santan Valley. The bottom line is that I'm thinking of that now. I don't want to think about it in 8 years or 10 years from now. That's all I'm trying to say.
I appreciate that, Chair and Supervisor. I think, 6 years ago when the Board of Supervisors reaffirmed that this should be in the county plan as a master plan community, I think it was well thought out. And the other thing I will give, hopefully gives you a bit of comfort, is one of the stipulations talks about complying with a traffic study. So if, for example, if tomorrow this was approved and the next day they went to pull building permits, which is all a fiction, of course that could not happen that quick, but they would have to, in their traffic study, if it said, hey, you can't build, this won't support it unless there's a traffic light over there, they would have to pay to do that. They would have to pay because of your stipulations. So it's not the county that would be paying if they come to the project before the growth it supports or your infrastructure supports it, they are on the hook for paying. So, okay, sorry.
So,
Supervisor Goodman.
My name's been mentioned a few times here, or Santan Valley has anyway. One thing to understand about Santan Valley was we really didn't have a very robust impact fees back in the day, which is where we are today. And that's what impact fees do, is they pay for a lot of the infrastructure and the things that goes on. Our mayor just recently spoke about 347, and much of the dollars, where those dollars came from that they put up, was probably from impact fees, just like the $20 million that we put up came from that. Okay, I understand. But still, there's where those dollars that are generated, impact fees, are to help to improve our roadways. That comes with growth. That's the first part. That's an area that we failed in Santan Valley that we've corrected moving forward. The other part is that we require many of these developers, when they come in and do their subdivisions, that they do what that impact is going to be, and they take responsibility for the improvements directly associated with what they have, in addition to the impact fees. So seeing that, then the other part is this is something that is not unique to Maricopa, the city of Maricopa, or the surrounding area around there. This is statewide. City of Gilbert. I'm a native Arizonan. I've seen what's happened in the city of Gilbert. They were, at one point, the hay capital of the United States. And look at Gilbert today. Mesa, where I grew up, and the growth that has occurred there. It wasn't even wasn't even a concept whenever I was a kid. And so all of these things is all part of growth, and that's something that we've done here in our state of Arizona. People like to come here. Many of the people that have moved in these rural areas come here because of that. And I agree with we need to find ways to help preserve some of that. We're talking about an area that much of the water issues have been talked about. If even 1.25 acres, people that buy 1.25 acres are going to want to put pasture to be able to have a horse, Gilbert, Queen Creek, people are shaking their heads. Maybe not over there because they can't. They can't drill their own wells. They can't do those things.
No irrigation district.
There's no irrigation over in that area. And so somebody that has 1.25, they're going to have desert landscaping or something like that to go around there. Not that that's bad, but I grew up in the desert. I grew up in East Mesa. And so it was all desert land whenever I was a kid, but now look at it. And so I think when you look at these things, there's a lot of factors here to consider. But whatever the decisions made today is going to give direction for the future. Now, as far as the comprehensive plan, that comprehensive plan was voted on. And it was voted on by the 5 of us, not the ones that are here today. But at some point, this board right here, there's 3 of us that sit here.
No, there was only 3 when that first was put out.
Okay. And then we updated it in 2019, which there's a few that are sitting on this board today that was a part of that. So it was actually voted on by us here at this board. So those are some things that I just want to just bring out as we're looking at this. And make that part of the discussion is what we're looking at. You know, growth is going to come. There's a lot of people, you know, I live in a rural area that I have 5 acres, and there are subdivisions around me now. And we've actually been able to work with those that were developing around us to do something similar to what the Borges family has been suggesting here. And so with the new things, and I don't know what the process is from here. If this thing is done, do we need to send it back to, if with the stipulations and things?
I was probably going to touch base with council here because, I mean, stipulations have been added. We've added stipulations on PADs and different actions like this. But whether that's a substantial or if it's you know acceptable or meets the range of needing to go back is a little bit unclear. So, but I need to opine just a little bit. If you're going to worry about 347, we need to send a memo out to everybody that owns property out there that it won't get developed. If you're going to worry about that width, and if I've driven that, and I know after you get down past the casino someplace, it goes to 4 lanes and a median down south. That doesn't mean that it goes all the way through town like that, but there is some road improvements out there. I think one of the gentlemen spoke to that seems like it's pretty easy to get through there from time to time. But Arizona is horrible at transportation, and I'll just add that little editorial because they won't raise the gas tax. They won't put money into road improvements in the state of Arizona. That doesn't seem to be an appetite in this state. And as long as it's not an appetite in this state, it never will really correct itself. We'll have to rely on development to pay for that infrastructure, and that'll be through impact fees. And the impact fees, it's not a secret. They get added to the cost of the house. It's just the way it is. And I've seen that map with all those developments out there for years. I mean, that's not a secret. That thing's been there. There will be 40,000 homes out there someday. Will it be in my lifetime? Probably not. But those entitlements were put in place to increase the value of the land. And they were put in place with the idea that it would be sold and developed by somebody. And if we do nothing with this, they might build on the north half just as is without some more, for some less density. That'll be more density. And you might not have the open space as much. And there are positives that come from amending the PAD that's there. And will the south half get rezoned someday? Will someday. I mean, it just growth. I'm born and raised in this state too, and I've seen how growth just encompasses the rural areas from time to time, and the rural areas move out, and there's new areas where people move to. You can't compare a house in Queen Creek to a house in Stanfield. I mean, there's just not a way to do it. So it's not a comparable. But to the council, my question, Ian, on this, is this stipulation that they're asking for substantial? Would it require to go back to planning and zoning? Is it that substantial? Or is it not? Or is it something that this board could just add at this time? And we can certainly go into e-session if that's a legal opinion you want to share with us.
So, Chairman, members of the board, let me first kind of give an overall answer, and then maybe that'll determine if you want to go into e-session or not after.
Sure.
So the inquiry is the nature of the change, because this board, as the zoning authority, has the ability to add stipulations at this time. That is something within the board's power. However, the caveat, the exception to that, the guiding principle, if you will, is you need to look at the nature of the change. Is this a substantial change or a non-substantial change? If we're talking about a wholesale zoning change, for example, then my recommendation in that case would be to send it back to to planning and zoning. And the reason for that is because this is all based on the public notice requirements. The public has the right to have notice of what's being proposed and a right to be heard on those proposed changes. Now, you are permitted, like I said, to consider additional stipulations, as in this case. However, the issue as to whether or not they are substantial is what the board needs to be concerned with. The referenced stipulations that I believe we are discussing are taking the total number of units from 2089 to 1970. That's a deviation of 119 homes down. That is less. If you would like my legal opinion, I can provide you that in e-session as to my opinion on that. Another deviation is that we're going down from 3.5 to 3.3 density. So that is another downward deviation, and that is a minor deviation of 0.2. And there's also the discussion of the lot widths. So those are the three big ones that I flagged. The board may have flagged others that it considers noteworthy, but those are the main three that I'm looking at. So I'm happy to provide you with my legal opinion in executive session if that is something you would like, as to the issue of whether or not these are substantial or not substantial. Okay. But the board does have the authority to grant its stipulations.
Okay.
I'd like to, can I make a motion to go into executive session then?
Absolutely.
I'd like to make a motion we go into executive session.
I have a motion to go into e-session. Do I have a second? I'll second it.
Second.
Okay. We have another second. I have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Ayes have it. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Chairman, if I can just confirm those nays. Thank you.
According to our legal counsel, we have the authority to add a stipulation. We'd have to read it in a very detailed manner. We have to be very specific about stipulation. And his opinion on how we'd have to proceed from this point. So,
there was, and part of my concern is that the descriptions. I think there still was some unclarity on the legal descriptions, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, I don't know if anybody had them. So, with that, I'd like to make a motion that we resend this back to planning and zoning so that it can clean up some of the things, because it's something that the public wasn't even completely aware of, and so on and so forth. And so I'd like to make that motion.
Okay, I have a motion to...
Chairman, if I may, before we make that motion, if we can close that public hearing.
Oh, thank you. Public hearing is closed. Okay, I have a motion to resend this back to the Planning and Zoning to get clarity on the...
I need to make the motion again?
No, just for clarity, are we rescinding or remanding it back to Planning and Zoning?
Handing it back.
Yeah, we're going to remand it. Okay.
Sorry.
I'm not good at words.
Do I have a second? Well, I'll second, so we can get a vote. All in favor of remanding it back to the Planning and Zoning Commission, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay.
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 3 nays.
Chairman,
Yep.
make a motion to deny 21.
I have a motion to deny 21.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor of denying 21, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Nay. Item number 22, close the public hearing. Board's pleasure.
Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to deny 22.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor of denying, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay?
Nay.
Nay. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Item number 23 on the agenda, decision approval or disapproval of CSR 011.25.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Vice Chairman, board members. My name is Valentin Panchenko, planner for the case CSR 01125, Comps Ranch Unit 3 of 60 feet flagpole. This is a comprehensive sign package to allow installation of a 60-foot high American flagpole at a temporary sales office model home complex with a Comps Ranch Unit 3 residential subdivision. Landowner Taylor Morris, Arizona, and applicant agent is American Flag and Pole Company. Here's a general location of the requested site. Here's a vicinity map, aerial map within the subdivision, site photo on the comp site, so people will see that. Here's a site plan with a red dot with the site for this flagpole. There's flagpole examples within the same Comp Ranch Phase 2. It was previously approved by the board in 2023 with us it's CSR. And because according to the Pinal County Development Service Code, any flagpoles that exceed more than 100% of the maximum allowed height need to go through approval by Board of Supervisors. The maximum height for this zone, which is R7, is 30 feet, and the proposed flagpole is 60 feet. It's more than 100% increase, so it requires Board of Supervisor approval. There are also temporary use permit on this parcel for model home complex issued for 12 months on April 3rd, 2025. They can apply for 2 years extensions. And here is American flagpole. American flag is exempt from any permitting. And the sign review committee recommended approval with 2 stipulations. That it will be, upon expiration of temporary use permit, the flagpole shall be dismantled and removed from that place. As of today, there is no public comments of opposition or support of this case. Okay. Any question to the staff from the board?
Any questions of staff? Is there someone representing the flagpole company? No? Okay. I'm going to open up the public hearing for this item number 23, flagpole. Anybody want to speak to that? Seeing none, close the public hearing. Board's pleasure.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make.
Go ahead.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve item 23 as presented.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'm sorry.
Motion?
Chairman, I'm sorry.
With two stipulations.
With two stipulations. With two stipulations.
Second.
Okay.
With two stipulations.
All right. Any other questions, comments? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. Thank you. Okay, 24 and 25 will be heard together, as I understand. They both have a public hearing component.
Chairman, just one clarification. It's going to be 24 through 26.
Oh, through 26. I'm sorry. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board. Patrick Zay Roberts, Senior Planner, presenting on cases PZPA 00125, PZ 00125, and SUP 00125 on behalf of Glenn Bach, Senior Planner. This is a proposal for three entitlement cases requesting a non-major comprehensive plan amendment to amend the land use plan and redesignate 9.47 acres of land from rural living to suburban neighborhood in the Santan Valley Special Area Plan, requesting a rezoning of 9.47 acres from SR Suburban Ranch zoning to Community Commercial C1 zoning district to allow for a commercial center and medical office, and SCP 00125 requesting approval of a special use permit on those 9.47 acres to allow for those medical offices uses. The property in question is generally located southeast of Ranch Road and Ironwood Drive in the unincorporated Pinal County. The applicant on this case is Brennan Ray on behalf of WNDG LLC as the landowner. This is a county map showing the approximate location of the development, a vicinity map of the property in question within that suburban ranch community, an aerial map showing the existing context and the surrounding neighbors, and a zoning map showing this property is abutting Queen Creek to the west, GR properties to the north, SR properties comprised, and MHP mobile home park zoning to the northeast. This is a map of the comprehensive plan amendment indicating a change from the suburban ranch designation to the community commercial designation to be able to support the requested land zoning change, excuse me. And an additional map showing the surrounding comprehensive plan designation showing rural living for the majority of the SR properties with some suburban neighborhood to the north and south of the properties. This is a zoning map showing, or excuse me, another zoning map already indicating the area for potential redevelopment. This is a preliminary site plan the applicants provided indicating the layout of the medical offices and some additional commercial uses. At this time, end users for those uses have not been established. This is an image looking north, south, east, and west on the property. So summarized for board's consideration, the site was originally included as part of the western portion of several large lot parcels on the Ranch Road and Ironwood Drive area and are part of an older subdivision. In addition to the above referenced non-major comprehensive plan amendment, rezoning and special use permit, the properties would need to be replatted to establish a new subdivision, or excuse me, to amend the existing subdivision to allow for the commercial development, as well as a minor land division to adjust the parcel configurations. Additionally, a site plan review would be required upon receipt of entitlements for the property to be able to develop those commercial uses. As mentioned before, the ultimate end users are not currently known. As of the most recent report of this, I have 10 items of opposition that were received by staff and no letters of support. The Planning and Zoning Commission voted 7-0 to recommend approval of all 3 cases. PZPA 00125 proposed with 0 stipulations, PZ 00125 with 1 stipulation, and SCP 00125 with 8 stipulations. At this point, does the board have any questions of staff?
Any questions of staff?
No.
Okay. Is the applicant here to do a presentation?
Yes.
The little gray. Thank you. Good evening, Chair, members of the Commission. Brennan Ray, 2325 East Camelback, here on behalf of Diversified Partners. We're certainly very excited to be talking to you today about rezoning something to commercial rather than to take it away, especially along Ironwood Road, which we know is a road of regional significance. The request before you, as staff indicated, is to rezone 9 acres to commercial and for a special use permit for a medical office building. As is detailed in the submittal package that went to staff, we believe that we're meeting numerous goals of the comprehensive plan and of the Santan Valley Area Special Plan. And certainly it's going to be a development that's going to bring jobs, generate tax dollars, and promote, hopefully, additional economic development in this area. We're okay with the stipulations, grateful for the discussion and Planning Commission's unanimous recommendation. And I'll just kind of touch on things very briefly. I know it's been a long day already. This is the site. As you may know, it's in an area that is an ever-changing one, and there's certainly a considerable amount of growth that is anticipated in the area, not only within the county itself, but within the town of Queen Creek as well, which borders Ironwood on the west side. And I think it's important contextually to understand how this fits in with the plan. And I recognize Queen Creek is, while within Pinal County, jurisdictionally is a little bit different, but I think it's important to understand what's planned for the area. And so what I've done is kind of overlay what Queen Creek, how they see kind of this area development. And I'll just touch on it briefly. The R15 urban development, that allows dwelling units up to 5 dwelling units per acre. The medium density, that medium residential, kind of the brown color, that will allow up to 14 dwelling units per acre. And then obviously you see the C2 commercial on the corner of Germain and Ironwood. That specific plan, as you know, is urban employment, allows for employment and industrial uses up there. And so as you kind of look at it contextually, you can see that this area is changing and continues to evolve. There's a close-up to the site. So let me talk about kind of what the proposal is. Because as we've gone through this, we've met with the neighbors and have had lots of discussions with them. And I'll walk through why you see 2 things. So what's outlined there in black, that is the request that is before you today. That is the portion that we are requesting be zoned C1 for commercial uses. And that's the exact location that you would want commercial uses along Ironwood, a road of regional significance. That medical office building is going to be 2-story, roughly 50,000 square feet. We don't know what the future commercial is going to look on the frontage, but we're zoning at C1, which if you wanted me to read your zoning ordinance for C1 for the neighborhood uses, I can certainly do that, but those are the type of uses that we are proposing along there. So one of the questions that came up with us as we met with the neighbors is, all right, okay, we hear you. What you're doing along Ironwood, but what's planned for the residential? Because my client owns from Ironwood Road over to Murphy. Those parcels run east to west. And so as we talked and visited with the neighbors, we needed to present a plan to show, hey, look, here's what's going to happen. And so you can see on there that there are 2 lots that are proposed to be there. Those lots are actually under contract with a home builder today, and they do plan on building 1-story homes. They don't know the square footage yet. It's going to be 3,200 to 3,800 square feet. But we are providing those and the developer for those residential homes, which will be consistent with the current zoning in terms of acreage. That is, they're very excited to be able to do that. One of the things I think it's important to note at this, and I know there was letters sent in opposition. I know there was a letter that the board received, I believe, yesterday that came in as well. I want to note that the significant amount of separation that's occurring between this proposed C1, maintaining the residential buffer before we actually start getting into where residents live. And that number, you can't see it very big, but that's 600 feet. So that's 2 football field lengths away by the time you get to our property line, not including Murphy Road and not including what's the homes and how they're set back on the east side of Murphy. I know it's not in your purview, but wanted to show you what the design of the medical office building is. It is Ortho Arizona. They're excited to do this. They, in the event that you choose to recommend, in the event that you guys approve it today, they are set to start filing building plans and get going on it. They're very excited to move forward on this development. So that's kind of one angle. That's the other angle of the building as well. So with that, there's a lot more that I can go into detail should Chairman, you or other supervisors want me to, but we would request your recommendation. Dang it, I said it again. We would request your approval consistent with the Planning Commission's unanimous recommendation.
Okay, any questions, Senator?
Mr. Ray, the 2 big houses, can you go back to I just wanted to ask you, so I remember during the Planning and Zoning meeting, they were opposed to these houses when there's houses across the street, correct? I don't remember the reasoning why those 2 big houses, was there some kind of reason? I don't remember what they were saying, but those are 2 houses, correct?
Through the chair, Supervisor Vitiello, yes. There was a concern about that, not so much that they were residential in nature. It dealt with kind of the letter that was sent to the board, the underlying CCNRs, the declaration, deals with lot sizes, deals with platting and stuff like that. And I will let you know that we are in the process of replatting this to ensure that it does comply with the necessary requirements.
Okay. Thanks.
And you're talking. Thank you. You're talking about those 2 lots.
Did you get your answer?
They're actually 2 lots, 3 1/3 acre lots. Is that correct?
Yeah, through the chair, Supervisor Goodman, yes. Currently, if you were to look on it today, there's 3 parcels. We'll call them 3 parcels that exist there today. Part of the replat process will take those 3 parcels, which would not comply with the zoning, and bring them into compliance. So those will be 3 1/3 acre lots consistent with the SR zoning.
Okay. Any other questions of the applicant? Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on all 3 of these items, 24, 25, and 26. I do have a card. Christopher Langkill? Lankley, okay.
Hi, Chairman and members of the board. My name is Christopher Langkildy, and I'm a homeowner, one across the 2 properties. I'm one across the street of Murphy. Speaking today in strongly opposition to any rezoning proposal that conflicts with the community record, covenants, conditions, and restrictions of CCNRs. The subdivision was established under legal binding declaration, amended and restated as of January 22nd, 2025, and recorded with the Pinal County records. The CCNRs explicitly designated every lot as single-family residence, which strictly prohibits on commercial development, high-density housing, and incompatible use with the land. But beyond that, the declaration sets a clear minimum lot size of 3.3 acres. That is a critical part of the community characters. Our neighbors have designed our rural equestrian, agriculture, lifestyle with spaces for horses, barns, and livestock. Rezoning to allow commercial development would directly violate the requirements and the intent of our community design. These restrictions were not loosely adopted by and were approved by over 3/4 of the lot owners. As required, they reflect the collective contractual agreement between neighbors to protect the space, quiet, and quality of life. Allowing rezoning not only contradicts our CCNRs, but it's undermining the trust and the legal rights of residents who purchase the properties under these protections. It would introduce increased traffic, noise, and complications with the irrigation system. In charge and to change the zone without community consent, without regards to recorded restrictions, set a dangerous precedence to ignore not only the law but the will of the people who have built their lives and homes based on the clear definition terms. I urge the Commission and Board to respect the integrity of the CCNRs, uphold the existing 3.3 minimum requirement per lot as residential. Also, you know, they've come to our community almost like wolf in a sheep clothing, announcing that, hey, we're family friendly, we know your community. I've been to the things when they developed down on Pima, and they've done the commercial on the other side of, south side of Pima and Ironwood, and they come through and they were able to develop the 1.5 acres because these are larger parcels than the inside ones. But I just want to have it on record that, as it was stated earlier, I want to get on record that I joined the Casterton, which is the neighbor to my right, which is on Ranch and Murphy, the formal objection of the approval of this rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wants to speak to these items, these three items? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Any other questions or comments for the applicant or the staff?
Just an additional comment that I guess the two pieces that you have are still in compliance with that you're rezoning back to the three, just to reiterate that.
So is this a question to?
Well, I just want to make sure, just for the record, that directly from Mr. Landkilde's property, those are still going to be reserved as 3.34 acres, correct?
Through the chair, Supervisor Goodman, yes, that is correct. We've already begun the process to ensure that they still comply with the CCNRs, and that not only the CCNRs from an acreage standpoint, but as well as with the zoning, which is, I know, within the purview of this board. I would not be allowed to illegally create something that runs afoul of the zoning. And so we're working through that process. Applications already been filed, and so hopefully those approvals will be coming here in the immediate future.
Okay, thank you. And to add with the traffic problems, you know, with Ironwood, part of any kind of development that takes place up along Ironwood is going to have to comply with and help decrease some of the problems there by turn lanes and things of that nature. I think there are plans to expand that to 3 lanes eventually, all of it on both sides. And so this type of commercial would have to do their responsibility to help do that.
Yeah. You know, that's how you get the infrastructure up to standards, is through development. So, all right, I've closed the public hearing, so there's no more board's pleasure on item number 24.
So, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve item number 24 as presented with no stipulations.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. Item number 25.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve item number 25 with one stipulation.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. Item number 26.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve item number 26 with 8 stipulations.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. Thank you. Item number 27 on the agenda does have a public hearing component. We'll hear the presentation by staff first.
Good afternoon again, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board. Patrick Zay Roberts, Senior Planner, presenting case PZ00924 for reliable plant maintenance. This is a proposal from Rose Law Group on behalf of Reliable Property Management, LLC, requesting a rezone from General Rural GR to Light Industrial and Warehouse Zone I-2 on approximately 10.11 acres. This property is located at the north side of East Battaglia Road and approximately 943 feet east of North Edgedale Road. This is all east of the city of Eloy in unincorporated Pinal County. This is a county map showing the approximate location for the development. A zoning map showing the property in question with surrounding GR to the north and west, city of Eloy further west, and state land to the east and south. This is a vicinity map showing the property in context of the surrounding area, surrounded largely on 3 sides by city of Eloy. An aerial map showing the context of the property. And the comprehensive plan designation for this property is currently employment, supporting the request to rezone to an industrial category. This is an image looking north on the property, south, east, and west. And an image of the on-site notice signs. This is a preliminary site plan that was provided by the developer. The intention of this site is to maintain vehicles that's owned by the company on the site. So ultimately, this would allow for heavy truck maintenance uses as allowed under I-2 zoning. Although my understanding is that the company itself does not utilize heavy trucks, but rather like pickup trucks and work trucks, utility trucks, for their uses. The intention for the property is to develop a 6,000 square foot workshop, a 4,320 square foot manufactured building for an office or accessory dwelling unit or caretaker's residence, and then there's a proposal for 5 storage containers on the property of 320 square feet, a total of 1,600 square foot, for storage of vehicle maintenance equipment. And this development largely adheres to the proposals for the I-2 zoning and has the following utilities on table 3 on the right. So some items for consideration. Submitted applications for this land use request are for approval of a rezoning to allow vehicle maintenance business. If the applications are approved, the subject property will be rezoned to I-2 and allow development of an industrial complex on 10.11 acres of land. The property has legal access off of Battaglia Road. Staff has received 1 letter of opposition from City of Eloy. This letter of opposition discusses the following issues. The Eloy planning area in this location discusses high-density residential as a proposed future use. There's a concern that that is incompatible with future I-2 development in this location, and the property lies within 1,500 feet siting corridor for the future State Route 505 proposed north-south freeway. At the July 7th public hearing, the Planning and Zoning Commission made the following recommendation for the rezoning case PZ00924, a motion to approve with 2 stipulations. That vote passed unanimously 8-0. Staff forwards this item for consideration with 2 stipulations. And at this point, does the board have any questions of staff?
Any questions of staff? Is there a presentation by applicant?
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair. John Gillespie with the Rose Law Group here on behalf of Lisa Munez, who's the property owner and owner of the Reliable Plant Maintenance Company. Happy to be on the hot seat because we've been sitting in this ice box for the last 5 hours, and I need to warm up a little bit. I do have a presentation, but I don't know that we have any public comments on this item, so just really grateful for the consideration for this development of a small business that supports local sand and gravel pits here in Pinal County and throughout the state, and it provides a use of this land that's a good use for until future development continues to progress in this employment corridor of the county. So I'm happy to take any questions that you may have about this proposal.
Any questions?
Yeah, thanks a lot. And I wanted to just ask, so I did speak with the Eloy mayor, and the only concern I really got out of them was that they're worried about this road flooding out and, potholes. And I told them, I says, you got these types of trucks running in and out of them. Is this correct?
That's right.
Going to be dump trucks, semi-trucks, no heavy equipment, no nothing, correct? Just these pickup trucks?
Yeah, Supervisor Baitiello, thank you very much. The trucks that our employees use are not, you don't need commercial grade licensing form or anything like that. They're a typical, Toyota, Ford pickup trucks. That's what's used in the operation. So we engaged a traffic engineer to look at the road situation, and our impact is low impact, and the roads will be sufficient for our use.
Okay. And if it gets really bad, you guys are going to have to obviously maintain this, or may I ask staff, is this a county-maintained road or not?
The county road.
I just didn't know, so I wanted to make sure.
Supervisor, yeah,
that's the question.
We are making public road dedications for our frontage because it is public right-of-way, but there's I do not believe that the maintenance of those roads is falling on the county right now. So it is the adjacent property owners that are maintaining the road. So it would fall on us to make improvements if we needed them.
Okay,
but
good.
I'll let staff answer anymore if they're.
Yeah. Thank you.
Any other questions? This has a public hearing comment, so I'm going to open up the public hearing. Anybody want to speak to this item? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. Board's pleasure.
Mr. Chair, I move we approve item 27 as presented with 2 stipulations.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion and second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. Item 28 has a public hearing component. This is Dan Burgess, applicant, requesting.
Good afternoon again, Chair, Vice Chair, board members. My name is Valentin Panchenko. I'm here on behalf of Senior Planner Glenn Bagg to present you a case. Apologies, that should be PZ00625, but that's a correct one. Presentation, it's just titled incorrect. It is. Yeah, it's incorrect. Yeah, it's title problem. So this is a proposal for rezoning from light industry and warehouse, CA1, old zone, to light industry and warehouse zoning district, I2, new zone, to allow for a portable concrete batch plant on a parcel size 2.69 acres. The owner is Michael Smith and the applicant Dan Burgers. This is a general location of the site. This is a case zoning map of the property. It's surrounded mostly by I2 areas and commercial to the west. Here's a real map of the property with existing portable batch plant. Here's a notification map. Here's a conceptual site plan. As a site plan, according to the review by Planning Division, has been identified as acceptable in means of circulation inside this site. It's It's also the uses proposed on this site is compatible with the zoning I2. There should be it is portable veg plant. There's equipment storages. There's a small restroom facility and parking spaces. Here's view from the parcel to the north, to the south, to the east, to the west. Items to consider that over the past years, the owner has operated already a batch plant on the property with approved TUP, which allowed by code for this old CI1 zone. But according to the staff interpretation of I2 district, even a batch plant is not directly allowed, but according to staff interpretation for similar uses, that will be allowed by right in I2 district. So this is a rezoning request to allow a permanent operation of portable concrete batch plant to support the nearby Sanzia West project and other projects that need concrete in the region. And there is no opposition letters at the time of report, and as of today, generally also this case has been recommended by the Planning and Zoning Commission with conditional approval to the board. There is a 9 stipulation as listed in the staff report. Any question to the staff from the board?
Any questions of staff? Seeing none, is there a presentation by the applicant?
Hi, my name is Dan Burgess. I'm the president of American Eagle Materials. I want to thank the chair and the board members for the consideration of our zoning change from CI1 to I2. I have the pleasure of employing 57 Arizonans, 6 of which are at the Pinal location that is currently operating. Supervisor McClure, you spotlighted one of the projects that we actually have done. All that concrete came from this batch plant. We mentioned Sanzia West. That is still ongoing. We probably have another 3 to 6 months there as they tie up loose ends, but we'd like to stay. We got in, and we weren't planning on staying, except we just kept getting people stopping by, either asking for a job or asking to be a customer. So we would love to be a part of this community. Anything that we can do, all 9 stipulations are fine.
Okay. Any questions of the applicant? This has a public hearing component to it, so let me open up the public hearing. Anybody like to speak to this item? Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing. Board's pleasure.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve item 28 as presented with 9 stipulations.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. Thank you. Agenda items 29, 30, and 31 will be heard all at one time.
Yes. Chairman Miller, board members, these won't take long. The applicant has asked for continuance. If the board wishes to continue the item, it would require 3 separate motions. Ask that they ask the board to open the public hearing and then continue the public hearing until the September 17th BOS meeting.
9/17?
Yes. And the applicant's representative is here, Sandra Childers, and she'd like to say
okay.
the reasoning for the continuance.
Okay. Sandra?
Good afternoon. I know we've all had a long afternoon, so I'll try and keep this short and sweet. Within the last
again, my name is Sandra Childers. I am the representative for the North Copper Basin Project. For the record, the address is 4900 North Scottsdale Road, Scottsdale, Arizona. So within the last couple of weeks, the applicant team realized that there was a minor discrepancy in the legal descriptions. And so in order to coordinate with the applicable county staff, to ensure that they have enough time as well to review the updated legals and to update the resolution language, the applicant team has reached out and coordinated with the planning staff to move forward with or request a continuance for the September 19th hearing date. We just wanted to ensure that all of the applicable legal descriptions and the resolution were accurately reflected, and we didn't have to come back after all this was approved. And I think it's the last thing everyone would want from every side. But I would respectfully request that, you guys support our request for a continuance for not only the non-major comprehensive plan adjustment, but the rezoning and the PAD overlay district request.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any questions of the applicant? Seeing none. So I'm going to open up the public hearing at this time for all three of these items, and then we'll take each item on a continuance motion and moving forward. Anybody want to speak to this? Seeing none, I'm going to close. Oh, no, I'm not going to close. I'm not going to close. I did not close the public hearing.
You just said
it. The public hearing is still open, and it'll be open all the way to the 17th of September. Okay, item number 29.
Mr. Chair, I move we continue item 29 to September 17, 2025 board meeting.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second. Oh, wait, with what? What? Oh, to include the public hearing. Yes.
To include the public
Continue
hearing.
the public hearing.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. Item number 30.
Mr. Chair, I move we approve that we continue item 30 and its public hearing to September 17, 2025 board meeting.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. Number 31.
I can do it again. Mr. Chair, I move that we continue item 31 and its public hearing to September 17, 2025 board meeting.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. Thank you very much. Have a good day. This is the item that was added. This is a discussion, approval, or disapproval of the county manager authority to retain outside conflict counsel to represent and advise the Board of Supervisors as interpreted through Arizona Revised Statute 11409, as set forth by the county attorney, stated appointment of the chief civil deputy based upon information dated August 28th, 22nd, 2025, that was obtained through the request and acknowledgement of the county attorney, stating that it is advised to proceed as a conflict. So, any questions of that? I think you all saw the memo. Okay.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve item 32 as presented.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. Thank you. And with that,
ran out of meeting.
Yeah, we just.
Did you close the executive session?
Chairman, I believe there's an executive session that was previously suspended.
That's right, there was.
So we need to close it?
We need to close that
Mm-hmm.
because we didn't know if we were going to go into this. Okay. We need to close that executive session.
Mr. Chair, I move we adjourn the executive session.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Ayes have it. This meeting is adjourned.
Let's get in the sun.
Jeez Louise.